YouTube stream now. By chance, I lost all direction. Lost all my direction. And now I wish that I could have believed, should have believed. These sketches are looking so good, Mr. Snack. Thanks, dude. I kind of got into it yesterday after stream ended. I let the momentum carry me. It's crazy how much better I can focus while I'm not live. I feel like to the point where it's like, it almost looks like I don't even know how to draw when I'm live, or at least that's how it feels sometimes, but I disappear, come back with almost like complete sketches, and I do these in like an hour, you know? Whereas, like, on stream, I could doodle for 4 hours and get nothing done. We're holding you back? Nah, you're not holding me back. Honestly, the thing is, Kimdo, the one thing to note is, like, I don't think I'd be drawing off stream if it weren't for the fact that I was on stream first, right? It helps me overcome that inertia because of the habit. So I think it's still a positive. So I don't have any issues at all with streaming and the waste. I don't consider it wasted time, you know? I more consider it just sort of like, I guess, I want to say inefficient time, but it's just downtime, really. It's just chilling. Hold up, Zelda time? That's right. That's fair, no, but I planned a craft day with my friend on Tuesday earlier, so that's nice. Hell yeah, what'd you make? Born and raised. Alright, I gotta drop the little Discord note up here. Born and raised. But yeah, before I started streaming Kimdo, I hadn't drawn in like 3 years. So, honestly, just fumbling around for 4 hours to end up drawing a few hours afterwards, I think is worth it, but we're making costumes and props for an upcoming LARP. Hell yeah, dude. So, okay, back when I was, like, a teenager, my understanding of LARPing was essentially, like, it was a term for people who did, like, medieval reenactments, and they would, like, fight each other with, like, foam swords and shit on the field. That's what LARPing was to me. And then I think it turned into, like, a catch-all adjective for anybody pretending to be a thing that they're not originally, right? And so is it like synonymous with cosplaying now? Because when you say costumes and props for an upcoming LARP, are you going to be like battling people in a field, or is this just like a cosmetic thing? Nice work. Thank you, HFP. Thank you. How you doing, big dog? It is haunted by ghosts. Cause this city is haunted. I LARP as a Canadian. I've heard that from a lot of people. Usually Americans, though, to be quite honest. A lot of my American friends, whenever they travel, they just tell people they're Canadian because they don't want to get dirty looks and shit. Hema's the deluxe version of LARP? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know what Hema is. Yeah, we're going out into a forest field / beating each other and other people up. It's gonna be grand. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Okay, that's how, whenever people say LARP, that's what I think of, okay? Based. Lurking on my drive to practice. Have a good stream. Have a good practice, Dizzy. I appreciate you popping in, big dog. Thank you for the lurk. Always thank you. This city is haunted by ghosts. What the fuck? Oh, I'm on a layer with 20% opacity. I was like, why is my brush not working? There we go. Dead. So I'm gonna do Princess Zelda after this too. on my other monitor right now, I have a bunch of photos of my hands because I was really struggling with these hands, and so I was like, you know what? I need reference. Who's this knave dude? He used to go by Painted King as of like a week ago, and then he changed his name to Painted Knave. So maybe you know him as Painted King. Maybe you just don't know him at all. If you don't know him at all, I'd be surprised. We raid him relatively regularly, but maybe you just have a different schedule where you're not usually there towards the end of stream. But yeah, PK. If you've ever heard me say PK, that's who I'm talking about. The city is haunted. Yeah, him and I had talked early on in, like, I want to say beginning of the year, around planning some sort of, like, critique review thing on the channel here. And, we finally got some time for it, so. It's Snacks BF? Yeah, don't try to be too jealous, okay? PK, that's right, PK. Kimdo, I think you're like an original PK stan, right? I feel like that's like the first time I'd ever seen you on the internet was on PK's chat, or in PK's chat. Actually, it was when he was doing his monthly art feedback thing, and he pulled up your work, and I was like, damn. Sup, Smack? What up, Nancy? How you doing? Yeah, I came over from PK's. Hell yeah, dude. It's hard to know where all, like, the networks of people come from and shit like that, right? Because there's so many different channels, and I share a lot of communities with different channels and shit, so it's always interesting to know, like, where somebody found me from. I think the most surprising is always whenever they're like, oh yeah, I found you on YouTube. I'd be like, really? On YouTube? Or like on Instagram or something like that. That's always like the rarest one. Mama Snack is live. What up? What up? What up, Simp? But yeah. If you guys want feedback though for that stream, please post in the critiques channel. I don't think I've seen anything posted yet since I made that announcement in critiques. Specifically with a reaction on it for that particular stream, so it would be nice to get some content. Even if you just got old shit that you're fine with people going over and offering feedback, maybe people could take some lessons from somebody else, like from somebody else's work. Holy shit, dude, I cannot fucking talk. I came from nowhere. I found you before, like, all the others. Yo, Sim. Yeah, Nancy, but I think you're new to Twitch, right, Nancy? Like, I think I was, like, you said I was one of the first channels you had actually come across. Mostly anatomy, or are you gonna critique color theory as well? So that's the thing. PK is primarily focused on, rendering. So he's gonna kind of be the rendering guy during that stream. And so it offloads me. Essentially. Has been BS edits. How you doing? How's the flow? It's going, dude. We're doing some Zelda shit today. What announcement? It wasn't the announcement. It was just the collab with PK next weekend. I won't be able to watch the collab stream. Busy, that's at. You're a working woman, huh? Or are you cheating on me? You cheating on me with real life, dude? It's fucked up. Has been edits. May I suggest a song? If you come over on Twitch, you can request songs to your heart's content. To a maximum of 3 in a queue at a time. But there's no functionality on YouTube, unfortunately, for me to have you do song requests. I don't really do them manually, but you're more than welcome to come over to Twitch and do a song request. The amount of mouse Discord illiteracy is staggering. Damon, you make it very challenging sometimes, though. You know, you test my literacy abilities. I think I'm pretty literate, you know? Sometimes I feel like I read like paragraphs relatively well. And then sometimes I have no idea what the fuck people are talking about because I can't read a goddamn sentence. Can't you make a playlist full of songs we can add onto stream? Sorry if that sounded rude. It didn't sound rude. I know what you're talking about. No, it's like the thing with, okay, so the thing with YouTube, unfortunately, is that YouTube doesn't allow copyrighted songs. So I have to play basically generic video game music on YouTube because there's no way to split channels. Whereas on Twitch, I'm able to split out my VODs. Now, I could play copyrighted music on YouTube, but what happens is when I go offline and that video is recorded, it's completely muted because YouTube just doesn't want to have any copyright infringement. So they cut the audio completely. So it's just a video recording of no audio, which sucks. Whereas on Twitch, I can split those audio channels. So I do play like Spotify music and stuff over on Twitch. I just don't have that capability on YouTube, unfortunately. It's just the platform, you know? It is what it is. Crazy, I was browsing the ad category on here and you looked interesting. Now I'm over 50 streams deep. Got you hooked, baby. Addicted. Nah, I appreciate it, Myth. I appreciate it. I thank all the lurkers, by the way. I know there's a lot of lurkers that pop in and just sort of watch from the shadows, and I respect it. Thank you very much, guys. Do a subtopic under the critique thread. Is that a thing you can do? That sounds like a good idea if you know how to do that. But then I have to switch the announcement. It's not going to be that big of a deal. I can honestly just sort of filter through for certain critiques. And you know what? If we get no critiques, I'm sure we can wing it. We're both streamers. We can figure it out. It's not going to be that hard. You're the very first channel I ever followed and watched on Twitch, to be honest. Really? Really? Damn. Cherry pop for simp, dude. Yeah, exactly. I started on Twitch this year when I found you. There you go. I remember when you joined, Snack immediately started speaking French and none of us understood him. It's what I do, baby. Snack knows French? I do know French. Hey, yo, what up, Polybits? How you doing, dog? When I first found the stream, I almost left because he was doing French. The mouse hits made me stay. Oh, you just showed up and, like, coincidentally, in, like, the 1 minute, like, redeem of me speaking French? Is that what happened? That's really funny. I'll share something, but I'll have to catch the VOD. Hey, all good, dude. That's fine. Look, that's another thing. Normally, with my standard critiques, I typically will only go over stuff if you're in chat and I'm live. Just because, you know, with the frequency of doing critiques, it's nice from my side to know that I have your attention and all that stuff while I'm talking to you about your stuff. Because otherwise I'm talking into a void, right? So that's just like my preference. But when it comes to this stream, if people post critiques and they can't make it to that stream, totally fine, guys. Don't stress it. We'll go over stuff regardless of whether you're there or not. And you could just catch the VOD later on. Just assure that, like, if you posted something in there and you've reacted to it with that little devil emoji, we will probably go over it. We will go over it on that stream. Loads of my viewers came from your chat. That's good, dude. I like that. I like having the little constellation of fellow communities. That's the way it should be, you know? For you, people just dropping in a thread would have it easier. I don't care about Snack's UX friction. I care about customer UX friction. That's base, dude. I'm all about customer service too, so I feel you. Snack, you're cringe, but you're based on the very few and important topics. Thanks, Alan X. That's all that really matters. Soy in the streets, based in the sheets, you know? I still have the face I never finished. I didn't get to work on it much today because of school. Would you critique it? Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Did you post it in the critiques channel? I'm gonna have to switch my Discord over real quick. One sec. I'm in a different account right now. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, I should also the Songify thing's not working. I just noticed that. I'll tweak that while you're getting your stuff ready, Sim. Ah, my favorite content furry stream creator, dude. I cannot read NFT sentences in particular. Okay, let me try and cue up Symphony Song again. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. I gotta use my actual redeem. Hello, Snack. Entertain me. I'm not your little marionette, dude. And illiterate, apparently? Everybody's using the word illiterate today. Did you guys just learn that, or what? Imagine Dragons? Okay. I know it's just a random playlist. What is? Hey, I fucking love Sausen. Oh, yeah, no, it is random. Well, it's random, kind of. So basically, I played up, and I queued up some Alexis on Fire, and so now I think it's just sort of grabbing shit in that genre. Do a jiggle? Shit, you know it do. You know it do. It do be jiggling, Polly. It do be jiggling. Don't worry. Cheer up, big guy. W line art link. Oh, thanks, dude. Sorry, I just missed your message, Polly. I'm not neglecting my children. Sup, Snack? How you doing? What up, Shazzy? How you doing, dog? The Shazster. Shazarino. Lurk. Me when people want me to manage things and have fun. Though, Mouse Man. Thank you. Yeah, I was doing this last night, and I'm working on the line art right now. But we're getting there. Okay, Symphony, I see your post in the critiques channel. Let me pull it up real quick. So one thing I want to say, Sim, I'm very, 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 very happy to see you using construction. Like genuinely. Oh, you removed it. Do you want me to go over this or no? So same issue as before, the face is flat as fuck. You removed it from the critiques channel, though. I'm confused. What are we doing? Let me know. I'll take it down for now, but... Shazarina makes me feel pretty. I don't even think I said that. I think I said the Shazster. Go? Well, leave it in the critiques channel so I can respond to it afterwards. Don't be afraid of sharing your art, man. That's like you gotta get comfortable with it, you know? You know, it doesn't matter. I'll go over it. There you go. Just own it. You're learning, bro. Just hard commit. Don't worry about what anything looks like or what people are gonna think. Just hard send it. So yeah. So the first thing is I'm really happy that you're using construction. I don't think you need a dark background if you're just doing line art. To be quite honest, it's probably gonna be confusing if you do it that way. So I would recommend if you're doing line art using black in particular, just use a light background. You don't have to go pure white. But just use, like, a lighter background. If you're rendering, you can definitely, like, go darker. And these are not, like, rules. You don't have to listen to this, but I think it'll help for line art. Just because you're going to be able to see the subtleties for line art. Okay, and then the next thing... So whenever you're doing an eye, typically the eyebrow goes a little bit past the center of the eye. You've got it going past there. I would push it out a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And Sim, I know you draw with a mouse, but I would really, 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 really recommend starting to use a pencil. The mouse is just you're handicapping yourself so much, dude. Now, I know there are really strong mouse artists, um, but like I don't think it's like the best medium, to be quite honest. I'm pretty anti-mouse. There's just no way to really control opacity or like line weight very effectively. It's not great. Okay, you're basically drawing in a way where you can't use like a bazillion different things. I would almost prefer you draw in pencil and just post your pencil work, you know, for feedback as well. Because it's just whatever I tell you here, there's stuff you're just physically not going to be able to do. Like if I say try to use thinner lines or less opacity, or you know, have like tapering lines and stuff like that, you can't really do it with a mouse. I mean, maybe you can. I don't know. I just don't know of any mouse software, but. Hey, psst, Snack, you want a couple intentionally bad pieces to critique the shit out of on the collab stream? Scratch your nose if you do. How about I jiggle my titties? You're a mouse artist. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I'm working my way into a drawing tablet. Might get one this summer. I think even just go in pencil, dude. I drew with pencil for years before I ever went digital. Anyways, all that to say, you know, I think your forms are fine, but they're a little flat, like you said. And that's just because there's no shape variety. So if you do an eyebrow, if your eyebrow is all the same thickness the whole way through, it's going to feel very, very, very boring. Even that is not like super duper. But if you do an eyebrow and you create like shape variety, where it's thinner at one end and thicker at the other, and the shapes are a little different, it's going to instantly become more appealing. He can do that since when? What? Do what? And then it's gonna be the same deal. Normally when I do my eyebrows, I sort of do like a taper similar to this. Izenti redeems speak French for 1 minute. Ok. Izenti, il faut que tu me donnes un sujet, man. Tu me donnes jamais un sujet. Ah, le jiggle. T'aimes ça quand je bouge mes seins, c'est ça, hein? Mes gros tétons. Ben, check-moi ça, ça jiggle un tout petit peu ici. Donc, ouais, j'ai pas grand chose à dire en ce moment. Il est quelle heure? Il est midi 24. Je vais continuer jusqu'à midi 25 et 30 secondes, mettons. MILF French Lady Rat. Rat. The tits, les tétons. C'est ça. Ouais, donc, ben, je vais pas continuer la critique en français, sinon tu vas rien comprendre. Mais, je peux parler, I guess, un tout petit peu de ce que je vais faire après la critique. Je pense que je vais continuer à dessiner les mains. J'ai comme des exemples de mains que j'ai pris avec ma caméra, comme avant de commencer mon stream aujourd'hui. Puis je planifie de les utiliser pour continuer les créations ici de la légende de Zelda. Je sais pas si c'est de même ça se dit en français, mais... Mycist. Comment qu'on sait qu'il fait pas juste inventer des mots? Ben, tu le sais pas vraiment. Franchement, je pourrais juste dire n'importe quoi puis tu le saurais même pas. Donc... Ok, donc je pense, I think it's been about a minute. I think I'm gonna wrap that up there. I think it's been more than a minute, to be quite honest. You got a little bit extra. Alright, back to the critique. So, shape variety. That's what I was getting into with these sort of eyebrow examples. Shape variety. If you don't include shape variety, your shapes are going to be incredibly flat and boring. Oh no, Snack's having an aneurysm? No, unfortunately not. I still have to go to work tomorrow, fully healthy. Très beau sein, merci. The first time I ever joined a stream, he was speaking French. I know. Hello, Nancy dearest. I'm French and I like your art. Thank you. I don't know why I'm saying thank you. You're not talking to me, but eyebrows are genuinely fun to draw. Play around. Exactly. The second eye in particular feels extra flat. I mean, they don't have irises. That would help. So we'll start by giving them like pupils or irises here. But yeah, the reason it feels flat is because the line weight is, well, it's just there's no proper form to it. So an eyeball is round. I think if you tapered this down a little bit here instead of having it go out like this, it would feel a little bit rounder. I think the goal should really be to try and show the roundness of the eye, right? If you could sell that form, then you're going to get a lot more of an appealing sort of feel to your eyeball. It's going to feel a lot less flat. The nose is too low. So I see you're using construction. I'm going to tell you, and I think this is going to be valuable for you, and I think you should try and apply it pretty consistently until you can get comfortable doing your own stuff. But I'm going to say for like a few months at least, try to do construction pretty regularly. Construction, the way you sort of track things on a face is like, let's say you find the hairline here. You split that down the middle. And then split that down the middle again. I'm going to actually lower the hairline here. We're going to just split everything into... Basically, I'm splitting into quarters, okay? And this is going to define our quadrants. So, halfway mark, quarter mark, and then the last quarter here. So, in the first quadrant, this is basically going to be... I want to say where your hair and eyebrow lines are going to be, or your eyes are roughly going to be in this area. Your nose is going to line up sort of with this middle line. Now, there's going to be slight variation. It's not, like, super, super critical. The mouth is basically right where that bottom quadrant is. So that's totally fine. You're drawing symbolically. You need to actually have varying line weights in these areas, and where the line weight is usually found on mouths is in the corners. So you can think of, if you're looking at a mouth from the front, it's basically these points here are going to have the most line weight. And then if you've got a bottom lip, underneath the bottom lip, you can also apply a shadow, right? And then all you do is connect these. And it'll feel like a bit of a mouth, okay? That's a simplification, but that's generally how you want to think about it. Now, I would really recommend looking up the Loomis method. I think most of your heads should be drawn using the Loomis method if you're a beginner. At least to get proportions and stuff right. It's going to look flat, but it's going to teach you proportions. Your ear's in the right spot. If this were the Loomis method, you would draw sort of like a partial circle here. And then what you would do is you would divide this circle into quadrants. And you would line that up with the eyes. And then the bottom quadrant here is roughly where the ear would be. The neck is in the right spot. I would recommend adding the sternocleidomastoid line here. It just gives a little bit more form. If you only do outer lines, the image is just going to feel so much flatter. That's a big no-no in art, is only doing contours. Need to add internal detailing. Need internal detailing. Okay, so that's sort of where I'll leave you with this. I think that's a quick one, but I think, you know, there's not a whole lot to go off of here. So I'll leave you with that and send you on your way. And I think if you apply that, which I know is kind of difficult with a mouse, which is why I really recommend switching to paper. I think that'll help, hopefully. Like, the face is looking 3/4, but the expression's looking forward. I think the whole thing looks 3/4 to me. I don't think it looks particularly off. Okay, back to drawing my weekend hands here. We got a bunch of messages I'm missing. Eyebrows are genuinely fun to draw, play around, correct. Hi Nancy dearest, I'm French and I like your art. Second eye especially feels extra flat. Hey, don't mention it. Oui, thank you. Like the face is looking three-quarter. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Snack did not say that. It's okay, Nancy. I'll say it in Urdu next time on my stream. Plugging a stream in someone else's chat. Wow, legend, what the fuck? Okay. These aren't directed at me. Okay. No more. There is no score. Merci beaucoup, Sensei. No worries, dude. I do want to see you apply this stuff going into the next one, though. I really, like, I cannot stress enough, I think you should switch to paper. If your only digital option is drawing with the mouse, you just don't, like, I don't even, I mean, you can bother, I guess, but I feel like it's such a disadvantage. It'd be like trying to play a sport with, like, no legs, you know, or something like that. It's just, like, you could do it, but it's better to tailor yourself towards something that you're more specialized at. Like, there's so many things you can't do that are essential in art. No joke, 80% of anatomy I learned was on an easel. Heading out, have a great stream. Peace out, Dizzy. Yeah, same with me, dude. Like, when I went to art school, everything we did was traditional. They didn't let us do digital art until, like, our final year. So everything I did was traditional. Animation, everything. We animated on paper, and we used, literally, I'm not even joking, guys, my school had the most dog shit fucking, like, video cameras for animation recording. They had an old Xbox 360 camera, like a webcam, that they would hook up to, like, a light table, and, or, like, some weird, like, camera for recording animation. It was the sketchiest shit ever. I always do paper art, a ton of it, I just never post it. I would recommend sticking to paper until you can get a tablet. Now look, I guess I should caveat all this. You can draw with a mouse. Sailor Shy on Twitch is a mouse artist, and they're a very skilled mouse artist. I just don't think it's, you know, I think you're leaving a lot on the table, that's all. Especially if you're like a beginner. Sagoe, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Forgive me, Father, should you bother? Try honesty, try honesty. What up, Mike? How you doing? Hello, what up, big dog? I'm good, I'm good. Sound alert scared the shit out of me? Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart, dude. I only want strong chatters around here. Survivors. By the way, Mike, I know yesterday you were having, you were struggling with the music or whatever. I just want to say, I also stream on YouTube, Mike. And on YouTube, there's no Spotify recommendations. It's just generic, soft video game music, like Nintendo shit and stuff like that. So if ever you feel like you want to watch the stream, but you don't like the music, that's always an alternative for you. I just thought of that after you left, and I was like, oh shit, well, I guess I could have mentioned that, but... Microwave. Ian over on YouTube says, bro, you once asked me about a comic I was building, and I remember you once mentioned that you had ideas for a project as well. Can you tell us about that? Yeah, I mean, I wanted to make a comic. The issue is I'm not particularly good at environment design, which was a big struggle for me. But I did want to make a comic with a lot of religious undertones. Sort of like a dark gothic fantasy almost. Think like vampire and werewolf type aesthetic, I guess. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of thought into it. The whole plot revolved around like two characters that are very morally different forced into an environment where they basically have to work together. That was sort of the general gist of it. Yeah, I know. I tried, but I like super died inside. But I still want to kind of thank Black Knight. I got the mindset to do one specific project in which I now struggle with anatomy. I'll let him know if he pops by. Also, hello, Ian. I don't like this song. Is this my playlist or did someone request this? I think this is my playlist. I'm gonna switch to something a little bit less bad. Let me see what we got here. Do I do the dad rock, guys? I'm feeling the dad rock kind of, I'm not gonna lie. Recently played. Ooh, a little bit of Hinder. Ooh. Me slowly. Oh. I was like, what am I doing? I had to pull up my reference. I can't just freaking wing this hand, dude. Well, my girl's in the next room. Sometimes I wish she was you. This is such a fuck song, dude. They moved on. They're really good to hear, oh boy. I'll shut up now. Sorry, guys. Makes me weak. On to be faithful when the lips of an angel. I prefer the lyrics, my girl's in the next room and I'm glad it's not you. Or my girl's in the next room and I love her a lot, I'm so happy. She wouldn't have the same vibe, you know? The next room, sometimes I wish she was you. Hear your voice saying my name, she sounds so sweet. Actually, Mr. Anatomy Teacher, mind if I send in like a half an hour the whip piece? I can't even find a rep for this pose. I'm defeated by the shoulder. Yeah, you could totally set, like when you say half hour, you just mean like a quick half hour sketch? Yeah, throw it in the critiques channel, dude. I'll take a little look. My advice, I guarantee you though, is gonna be take a photo of yourself. This hand I'm drawing right now, Mike, I'm literally looking at my own hand. So if you're struggling with reference, that's gonna be my advice. Probably 99% of the time. No, I'll send it in a half hour. Can't photo because there's also tits. Okay. Just make sure if you post anything that there's no tasteful nudity. Like if it's like a life study is fine in the server. Sexualized nudity is not. We try to stop like not safe for work stuff. I don't really consider like nude studies to be not safe for work, so you don't have to like censor nipples or anything if it's just like an anatomy study. If it's like a, you know, like a chick sitting with her freaking her legs split wide open like this, you know, and she's leaning forward with a big old titties, and she's giving you like a suggestive like stare. Then maybe don't post that one, you know. But if it's just like a naked lady, whatever. I'm not gonna tweak. Reminds me of you when you drew your penis for us. I'm sorry. What? When have I ever done that? Besides, everybody knows mice are like 99% balls. There's not a lot of peener there. There's only shapes. This piece should not have the detail, kinda. Okay. You drew round your dick on the tablet. No, I didn't. I drew around my hand, you freak. I traced my hand. I didn't plot my cock on the tablet. First of all, I have a standing desk, okay? So I'd have to get on a step stool to plot my dick on the table. That would just not work. It was my hand, and I'm doing it right now. Here's my hand. Oh, fuck. I just unscrewed my... Oh, no. I just dropped my pen cap. Okay, we're good. We're good. It makes it look like all my fingers are very even. I just didn't trace it very well. We're high-fiving right now. There you go. High five, baby. Flat is back. Oh, sweet release. Where's all the suggestive drawings you made last year with the girl with the tape on her nips? I never finished that one. It's on my Twitter. It's not on my Instagram, though. Actually, the line art is. The line art is. The rendering is on my Twitter, though. I haven't posted on Twitter in fucking forever, dude. I've just been neglecting Twitter for so long. Where was it? I'm not gonna show you guys here because Twitch is gonna punish the fuck out of me, but I'll send you the link so you guys can go goon out. Here's the version I never finished. In a long time. Hotel Ugly goes hard. I think I prefer the line art, though, to be quite honest. Please post more of your art on Insta, man. I don't like social media, dude. Do a jiggle? Shit, you know it, dude. I just don't like posting on social media. I don't like it. I just don't like the reason I don't like it is just because I feel like this is gonna sound really egotistical, okay? So I'm just warning you all right now that I'm about to sound like a fucking like I love the taste of my own cum, okay? But I feel like social media doesn't reward quality the way that it should. And I think it doesn't just include me, it includes a lot of artists. I think it rewards slop, and it pisses me off. And it just, like, the idea of throwing something that I've spent hundreds of hours onto social media for, like, no response at all, while I see, like, people basically doing, like, TikTok dances and shit, just blowing up to millions of people, is the most depressing shit in the world. And it doomers me so much on social media. And I recognize life ain't fair, and that's just the way she goes, you know? But I don't like participating in that, to be quite honest. It's like, I did the Reels thing, and then I realized, like, I don't like this at all. Well, I never expected you to like this song. I have it on one of my playlists. I have, like, I'll queue up another one that's very, very similar to this. Maybe I'm extra emotional right now about social media for no particular reason. I just, I don't know, dude. I feel like I gotta fucking work so goddamn hard to get any traction on social media that's, like, pointless, is what it feels like. How does it feel to be good at art? Bittersweet is the answer I'll give you there. You know, if you can get good at, like, physics, it's probably gonna be more rewarding in your life, but, that would be my realistic take. Nah, I'm just kidding. I appreciate the compliment, Pepper. Yeah, no, it's alright. It's always a struggle, you know? I feel like no matter who you are as an artist, you're always gonna think that you could do better. And that's just the way she goes. I feel like you get farther with social media nowadays if you have some sort of IP going, OCs with stories and shit instead of playing fan art. I mean, the thing is, I feel like I know how to, like, actually grow on social media. I just don't like the sort of, like, medium I have to, like, pursue. I just don't find it, like, rewarding at all. Like, I could probably keep making reels to a similar quality to the ones that I have done that, like, did really well. And I would probably grow with that, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. That's not what I want to do with my time, you know? So it's a little bit of that. OCs do better than fan art? Interesting. I don't think they do. I think, like, my best reels, honestly, had, like, a lot of, like, identifiable IPs, like fucking Pokemon and shit like that. So I really think fan art is probably the meta for artists on social media. If you can hop on some sort of, like, trending anime or whatever, you'd probably do well. Do story time animations. You have some really sick stories that would farm mills of views. I would rather... no. I was going to say something very graphic there. The last thing I would ever want to be is a story time animator. It's just so uninteresting to me. Sorry, I'm being an asshole right now. I'm very, like, picky about what I want to do. And it's very professional stuff is what I would like to do. But stuff that takes, like, you know, years and years and teams of people. That's really where my heart is. I don't want to do the social media grind. Apologies for being very pessimistic on it right now. But yeah, storytime animation stuff, honestly, to me is, like, catered towards kids, to be quite honest. It's just not, like, a medium I find, like, very mature. You ever dabbled in industry animation? Yeah, I used to work professionally for about 3 years, and then I left the industry because of, like, stability issues and pay issues. But I was a professional animator originally. Learn from me. Learn from me. I'm gonna try and tone down the pessimism. I want to talk about this stuff, but I don't want to, like, fucking piss everybody off, you know? It's just, I think the frustration is really just how disproportionately some people are rewarded on social media based off of what I think their actual value is as creators. And I think that's sort of the concern. What did you work on? I don't normally talk about what I work on just because in the past I've had people, like, find my name through, like, credits and shit like that, so I tend to steer away from mentioning it, unfortunately. But yeah. More power to you. Honestly, if you do your own thing, you'll gather a more solid fan base in the end. It'll take longer, but people will be more supporting instead of jumping on trends. And once you do your own thing, people will stop following. Okay, but was it an American animation? It was, yeah, I guess. It would have been, like, on Netflix, Apple TV, and, like, Disney Plus were, like, the shows that I worked on. Yeah, Shazi, I mean, like, I don't know if I, like, I think, like, emotionally, I agree with that, but I think, like, financially, in terms of, like, the outcome, like, monetarily, and which is how, like, a lot of people monitor success. Like, success to me, I guess, would be, can I quit my job and do this full-time independent? If I can, that's like my metric of all-time success in art. That's sort of that's I've done it, you know? That's the goal. The issue with like long-term projects independently, I feel like, is that like sometimes they just don't pop off, you know? And it doesn't really matter if you poured your heart and soul into something for a year and a half. The reality is the sort of reward comes from the social media platforms these days, and I just feel like they don't reward based off of what I think should be rewarded. There are tons and tons and tons of artists and animators that I follow that have like 100 followers, but they're like basically professional level artists, and I think that's where a lot of my frustration with the medium comes from. To be honest, I don't want to sound like a prude, but I feel like the fastest way people grow on the internet is leaning into lewd stuff, like VTubers, for example. I've seen VTubers go from normal characters and then change to something with big booba or big man booba suddenly, and they're getting more traction, especially when they lean into it with voices and shit. Yeah, I mean that's always like a balance, right? Is like you wanna find the line where it's like, I wanna sort of milk the social media algorithm. That's sort of kind of what I didn't like about making reels, is that I found myself sort of doing that dance a little bit, where you're like, I want to milk this as best as I can while still having a degree of integrity and self-respect, right? And so you sort of want to exist in that sweet zone, or that little like middle pocket. But it's tough to find that middle pocket, right? I could probably say crazy inflammatory stuff and like be a dickhead to people all the time, and do like drama shit or whatever, and maybe it'd probably be, it would probably do well for like my publicity. Whereas if you try and provide like value and stuff, I mean, you know what? I can't really talk too much shit. My fucking reels did pretty well, so it's just like, and I think I was providing value. The idea was basically I was making tutorial reels on Instagram and stuff. I think my best one had like 160,000 views and like almost like 10,000 likes. So it's like, I think that's pretty successful. But what does that give me, really? It didn't like convert anybody to Twitch at all. It didn't, like the social media is very weird in that I feel like people are very comfortable with the platforms that they're on, and they're unlikely to switch from one platform to another. I really think the whole idea of like making reels to convert to Twitch and stuff, it's kind of a myth. I just don't think it's actually as valuable as people say it is. I think you get basically like a less than 0.1% conversion. I think the issue also, Danny, to your point, is going the educational route is tedious, because I have to plan. I have to actually, provide value. Like, I can't just go out there and say whatever, and just grift, essentially. I mean, I could, I guess. I just don't really want to. How about YouTube, then? You could funnel them through your reels. I'm on YouTube right now, actually. We're live on YouTube. Fuck no, it's fine for people to hear that you don't want to do some lame-ass friends for attention. Thank you, Ian, on YouTube. Yeah, I am on YouTube right now. YouTube live streaming just doesn't do super duper well. Yeah, but I meant videos. Man, I'd like... You know what, guys? The reality is, and I've said this before, I just don't want to do YouTube content or make videos and shit like that. It's just not really interesting to me. I just want to work on projects. I just want to work on projects, be paid, and left alone. That's really... That's like the ideal life for me, I think. I don't really want to be like a YouTube creator. I think that's why Twitch is so appealing to me, because it's just sort of like I'm in control and I can kind of just work as whatever the hell I want to work on, at my own leisure, at my own pace, and people can join and come and go as they please. It's ideal. It's just the growth on Twitch is, not ideal, I guess. The thing is, if you're an art streamer, I think the majority of your viewers are artists too. That's true. The other issue on Twitch, if we're just talking from like a metrics perspective, is the art category is tiny. A lot of people, and I think a lot of you guys mostly consume art streamers. I know this because my demographics show me that. Like, my analytics will show me what categories my viewers watch. And a lot of you guys either watch art streamers or just chatting or, like, the occasional niche video gamers or whatever. But generally speaking, you guys mostly consume art content. But the art content space on any given day, I checked actually for the last month, it averaged 6,000 concurrent viewers a day, which is nothing compared to the 3 million plus across the Twitch platform. So it's a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver of the actual website. As a female streamer, I've been literally told I have it easier. What do I think about that? Do I think that's true? I don't know. I think it really depends on the category you're in. I think if you're in the VTuber niche, the answer is probably yes. It's true to a slight degree. I don't think you're going to be like, you know, I don't think it's like some... The other catch to that is it's also a lot more saturated. There's a lot more female VTubers than there are male VTubers. So there's a lot more competition for women in that space. Whereas I think, like, you know, I do think VTubers typically do better as women. It's very rare that you get, like, guys popping off as VTubers for the most part. Whereas, like, but on the flip side, I think if you're in a gaming space, it's a lot more male-dominated. And so across Twitch as a platform, I think it's probably a lot more advantageous to be a guy. And also, I feel like the engagement you get is probably a lot more enjoyable. Whereas, you know, in the art space, in the VTuber space in particular, there's probably an edge to being a woman. So it really just depends. I actually watch only small art streamers. There you go. I'm sorry to hear that, and honestly, I don't think it's true. Oh, wait. What are you saying? Yeah, look at Jazza. He did informative tutorials back then, but jumped on the trend train and popped the fuck off. You gotta sell your soul to get that dash. Yeah, the thing is, in Jazza's case, like, I understand it from his perspective, because he had a company, and he had a business, and he had employees that he has to protect. And, you know, if my channel, like, if I had a bunch of people whose livelihoods and their lives and their families were dependent on the success of this channel, I would feel a lot more pressure to be doing shit in other domains that I probably wouldn't necessarily explore on my own, right? Whereas, like, I don't have employees or anything like that, so I feel like I don't have, like, the urge to sort of chase those trends. Ian, the problem here is the wording. Technically, being a female streamer is easier, but to be successful is by no means easy. Yeah, that's another thing, right? I think, like, if we're just sort of talking about, like, at the top of the categories, you know, and specifically the VTuber category, I think it's probably easier to be a woman. Whereas I think if you're generally on Twitch, it's probably easier to be a man. But on top of all of that, the reality is, if you are a streamer in general, male or female, you're gonna get probably very little viewership. The majority of streamers, like, I'm talking 99%, okay? Literally, are streaming to less than 10 people any given day. And that's probably going to be their fate for eternity. Streaming as a career is, well, it's skill. Like, you need to be entertaining. You need to create good content, but also it's luck, right? Like, there's a factor, an element of luck there. I think being a woman gives it an initial boost, but large scale, I don't think gender matters. No, I don't think gender matters really that much, to be quite honest. But I think if we're getting into nitty gritty and stuff of specific categories, then I think there's definitely an advantage in the VTuber category. Which is the one I'm in, right? Which is why I bring that up. But the thing is, I don't think it, like, matters enough to where I would, like, it's not even, like, a thing worth, like, discussing, really. Because I think, like, if your goal is to just be successful, you could do it male or female. It doesn't really matter. Like, there's going to be different things that you're going to encounter based off of your gender, most likely. Like, if you're a chick, you're probably going to get a lot more simps in chat, to be quite honest. I say that with the chat full of simps. But, like, you know, I feel like, generally speaking, you're probably going to get a lot more sexually charged content, or maybe people just not being sexually charged, but probably being a little bit more parasocial from a romantic perspective, which is a little unfortunate. Whereas I don't think a dude has that issue to the same degree. I don't know. I've only ever been a dude, so I couldn't tell you, but... Yeah, I mean, I feel as an artist, I've had trouble getting my art seen on social medias, regardless of being female or a streamer. Yeah, I think the new medium of social media, that's more my gripe with this whole thing, is the new Reels medium or short form content medium is the problem for me. It has a lot less to do with sort of my race, sex, gender, whatever. It has a lot more to do with the fact that short form content and real format has killed static imagery on Instagram. Before on Instagram, you could blow up as an artist just by posting good art. Like back in like 2011, 2012, or I want to say 2015, 2016, because that's sort of when I started like drawing. You could post art and just post like an image or even like a sketch, something like this, and it could blow up. That doesn't really happen without any sort of reels anymore, and that's what I don't really like. It just sort of forces you to be a fucking social media influencer. I don't know. It's unfortunate. To be honest, if I get into streaming, I don't mind making jabs and jokes at lewd stuff, but I don't think I want to be based around the lewd stuff. I mean, that's the same with me. I mean, like, I feel like my channel is very balanced in the sense that we could go from talking about sort of, you know, dicks and piss and shit and whatever, and then we could hop into, like, more serious conversations like we are right now. I think if you have that middle ground, that's totally fine. I think... this one I do kind of wonder if being a guy is a little bit more advantageous in that space. I think if you were I think if I was a woman and I was marketing myself the same way as I am now in a more like sexually charged way, but it makes it sound like I do like fucking horny content or whatever. But if I were doing more like sex jokes and all that stuff, I feel like that would, you know, I feel like that would create a bit more of a toxic community. That's my vibe. I don't know that for sure, but that's sort of my intuition. I think I have that advantage as a guy to have that ability to switch and be a little bit less typecast. Yeah, on stream you sell your personality, and a really important thing, your voice. On socials you sell art. Yeah, that's another thing is I recognize that a lot of people, and I've been told before that people like listening to my voice, right? So I think that helps too. That's sort of where the luck stuff comes in, right? People's attention span is cooked. Sure is. I can't count how many times I've come across TikTok, shorts, reels, etc., where a female VTuber's involved and they're doing ada or being dommy mommy and stuff. Kind of annoying. It is, but I mean, you know what? Get that bag, dude. I like. Part of me is like, it annoys me, but another part of me is like, let's say I did like some ASMR shit and I blew up and I got like 1 million followers and I was starting to make like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I'm selling my soul, dog. I'm sorry. I'm now an ASMR channel. That's my thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's annoying, but I get it too from that perspective. I can't really fault the creators. It comes with a whole slurry of other problems, but you know, like I roll my eyes at it every single time, but I don't know that I would really be able to fight that impulse either. So it's a tough one. No more sex jokes, says the guy who mentioned the taste of your own cum 50 minutes ago. But that's what I'm talking about, Mike. Like, I really think, like, I think being a guy in the space and making crude jokes like that as a guy, sort of, I have the ability to not have fucking annoying-ass chatters as a consequence. I think if I was a woman making those types of jokes, I think my chat would be fucking toxic as hell. I think they would all be simpy, like, annoying, like, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you could be an edgelord chick too, with like sexually charged like jokes, without necessarily catering a really bad environment. But who knows? My intuition says that it's a little easier for guys to do that than it is for women to do that. Yeah, the baby voice thing cringes me out. Yeah, me too. Hey, Snack, a bag is a bag. What up, Sid? How you doing? How you doing? Honestly, at the end of the day, if they're okay with doing it, get the bag, as long as as they say, or slay queen. Exactly. Clap, clap, snap, snap. As a woman on the internet, you do always risk getting creeps. I think that's everybody on the internet. Women obviously get it a little bit more. I mean, I've definitely had my fair share of, like, weirdos. Get that money, Snack. Thank you for the 100 biddies, City. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Like, there are really weird people. There sure are. Okay. C-Jet. What up, C-Jet? How you doing, big dog? Yeah, so I don't know. There's obviously differences between the two genders and their, you know, the communities they build. And honestly, guys, my advice would be, if I were, like, talking to a chick, my advice would be to just sort of recognize that you're probably going to foster a worse environment doing that stuff, and it's just kind of unfair, you know? It's just not fair, to be quite honest, but it is what it is. I don't know that there's, like, a fix for that. Unless you start really policing shit, you know? People really undervalue what good moderation can do to a channel. If you hammer shit down, people will really respond to that. Like, if you just shoot someone in the face for doing something wrong instantly, and you put it on display and everyone sees it, people are gonna think twice about doing some weird shit in your chat next time. So that's sort of been my approach. Like me, when I drew Snack in a skirt as a prison teacher, that's honestly not even that bad. That stuff doesn't bother me. That's all jokes. I think, you know, it's, for me, the stuff that annoys me, if you really want to trigger the fuck out of me, just do things at a high level of frequency, you know? If you do a thing one time, every now and then, like every few weeks or something, it's probably not gonna bother me. If you start doing something repeatedly in a chat, you're going to piss me off, probably. The frequency of a thing is like a thing that will really annoy me. I don't like people sort of beating jokes into the ground or being excessive about a thing. You know? And that applies to like horny jokes and shit like that too. Does that thing include sending you money? No. That'll never... That'll always please me, Sid. That'll always please me. Lego Bimbo, thank you for the 3 months, dude. Sub, dog. What up, Lego Bimbo? How you doing? I appreciate the sub. Thank you. Ian, over on YouTube, says, if you're not interested in building a YouTube audience, then why stream here? It's not that I'm not interested. It's that I feel like I've given it a good amount of time, Ian, on YouTube, doing the things that I think are just, you know, the bare minimum to grow on Twitch. And I just haven't really gotten the viewership gain on YouTube that I have on Twitch to the degree that I wanted to, without putting in more effort. And now the sort of thing is like, do I want to put in more effort? And I think the answer is just kind of no. I don't really want to put in more effort. I don't want to start doing long-form content. I don't really want to keep doing the real grind and stuff like that. So that's sort of my stance right now on YouTube, is that my YouTube lives just don't really do super well. But I like streaming on YouTube. It doesn't bother me. Like, it costs me absolutely nothing to go live on YouTube when I go live on Twitch, right? So I'm gonna keep doing it. But am I gonna, you know, chase it the same way that I would Twitch viewership with, like, collabs or whatever, like community events, all that shit? Probably not. You know, if people were really interested, they could just come to Twitch. Unless YouTube does something to address the community features on YouTube, I'm not really gonna put that much effort into it. But deep down, Ian, the truth is, like, I would love to grow on YouTube. But I would only love to grow to the extent that I'm willing to put effort into it. And I don't really want to put more effort into it. Does that make sense? Jaden Bunch 12, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Welcome in. To be honest, I would 100% troll the loot stuff with my redeems being misleading. Like having one called Use My Sexy Voice or something, and it's just me leaning into my Texas accent and just saying diabolical southern phrases like Larry the Cable Guy. That's kind of how I treat the ASMR stuff. I want to say, like, probably like 6 out of 10 times that I've done the ASMR redeem, I just talk about killing myself because I'm so miserable doing my ASMR redeem. And I feel like I need that sort of contrast. I can't go full seriousness on the ASMR and do like smutty, horny bait content. I would fucking feel so not degraded, I guess. It's just not like something that I want for myself. And so whenever somebody does the ASMR redeem, I do kind of troll a little bit. Not troll, I guess, but I take it less seriously. I think for the ASMR, the funnier the better. That's sort of how I think about it. I think having the ASMR is totally fine. Having the ASMR for the sake of, you know, being like a sex symbol would be cringe as fuck. That's sort of how I view it, I guess. I do think it borders on cringe a little bit still for me. So I don't know how to manage that one yet, but... Can I save up for the ASMR when the collab happens? Oh man, I'm gonna have to probably not. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea. I might just not do it. There is that risk. Just because I don't know. It would be really funny though if I got PK to do it with me. You know what? Fuck it. Maybe I'll do it. He'll understand. He gets it. He knows what he's signing up for. Do you take breaks from drawing days at a time? If so, how long is too long? I mean, if you're taking like a fucking month between drawings, you're probably not gonna get a whole lot of improvement. I think if you're you know, like I draw on the weekends mostly, and then sometimes on the evenings as well on the weekdays. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's a really difficult answer. I can't really give an answer there. My default is gonna be drawing more is always gonna be better. Drawing more to the extent that it hurts you, either mentally or physically, is not going to be better though. And so you want to find that Goldilocks zone. So do as much as you can with enjoyment, is what I would say. And by enjoyment, I don't mean you're like pure ecstasy, just fucking sitting in your chair writhing around with endorphins and happiness emotions and all that shit. I mean really just like, you know, sometimes, you know, drawing is gonna be studying, sometimes it's gonna be doing a little bit of a grind, you know. If you absolutely hate that shit, and like you cannot, no matter what, you cannot get yourself to study art, I mean, you know, you can enjoy it as a hobbyist too, that's totally fine. I do think you're probably gonna cap your development as an artist, and that's a sad reality. If you're not gonna treat it professionally, I think you're probably not gonna get to like a very professional degree. That's a whole other conversation though. I think we're getting off topic there. By the way, I sent that shoulder and tit problem in the art crits if you don't mind, whenever you feel like it. Thanks in advance. Okay, hell yeah. Let me pop in there. No, if you're playing me, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. If you need me, let it show. Okay, this is gonna be a lot of what I told Symphony earlier. People have this habit when they're starting out drawing, where they draw mostly in contours, okay? And I did it when I started, and a lot of art students do it when they start out, but it's a problem that you need to avoid. Drawing in contours, and what I mean by that is only doing the outer line of a form, right? Like there's no overlaps here. There's no yeah, like that type of stuff. Oh no, she looks at the junk? I'm not sure what you mean by that. What I would say is you need to include internal anatomy here. Like she needs like her sternocleidomastoid muscle here. You don't have to do these, but you need some sort of thing that's going to provide detail and information that's going to tell the viewer like this is what the pose is. The shoulder I think would come out a little bit more here. The reason the breasts feel weird is because they're too high. If this was like an actual like and the reason you put them too high, I would guess, is because your canvas ended here, and so you want to get them on the shot, and so you kind of push them up a little bit. But breasts usually respond to gravity, and so they're gonna fall a little bit lower on the rib cage. So it'd probably be a little bit closer to like there. The thought behind this piece is that the form doesn't matter. What matters is the internal stuff. I get it. I get it. But if that's the case, you know, I don't, it's not working right now. I would say, like, at least in certain areas, like the hair and stuff, you would kind of want more internal shapes. Or if you want to really do just contour stuff, just full commit, you know? Like, I'm talking, like, you know, everything is, like, gone now. And then I think, you know, it'll feel a little bit more intentional. But the way it is right now, it doesn't feel super duper intentional. I think something like that would almost feel more appealing a little bit, right? Like, 'cause then it sort of gets the idea of like, oh, this is just like some spiritual essence or something like that. But if you start adding indications of anatomy, but you don't actually sort of fully commit to it, you're sort of, I guess you're sitting in this like weird middle zone where you're not fully committing to the silhouette style, but you're also not fully committing to doing anatomy. I think just hard send one way or the other. And then just sort of work on the general forms. My advice, though, would be like, you could probably do this with the... Personally, I mean, I'm an anatomy freak, you know? I'm an anatomy freak. I love doing anatomy. It's what I love. So I would just say, do the anatomy, personally. But then things like here, the hair... Oops, I'm on the wrong layer. I'm drawing on your thing, which is not the intention. I would say do the anatomy. The hair here, I think... you would probably have a little bit more of a gravitational influence as the hair sort of flows over the ear. The ear could be a little bit bigger. Just see how, like, just adding these little internal lines here just creates, like, it creates a feeling of depth to the character, almost. Essentially, what you're doing when you're drawing a character or a shape, you're outlining the shape, right? Sometimes fully, sometimes partially. If you look at a lot of my artwork, it's not always going to have the lines be fully connected, but you're using a shape here, and then you're using the internal lines. Typically, the internal lines are going to be lighter than the external lines. If you make them the same line weight, you're going to flatten out your image most of the time. Now, is there situations where you can do that with intention and have it look appealing? 100%, dude. But generally speaking, in most cases, if we're generalizing use cases here, you're going to want to make sure that your internal lines are thinner than your external lines. And so, if I'm doing a contour here, and I want to do, like, I don't know, maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of furniture or whatever. Maybe it's a couch, right? Now I've applied some thinner lines here. I'm trying to, this does not look like a couch, but the idea is essentially having that contrast of thick and thin with internal detailing and external lines is going to be a lot more appealing. The human brain likes contrast. It likes shape variety. It does not like everything being the same. It feels very even and it feels very flat. It's the same reason why you typically don't see professional artists in illustration outside of very intentional times using straight front-on poses or symmetry tools and stuff like that. It's just kind of boring. Now, if you're doing it, like if I'm doing like a neutral expression here or whatever, it's a little boring. Now if I like add a tilt to it, so I shove the ears up, and then I add, you know, I shrink the chin because it's now a downward tilt. And then I lower the eyes. And then I add, like, an angry expression or something. And now we're getting into, like, Kubrick stare territory, right? So now it's like, okay, now he's intentionally looking menacing. He's looking straight at me. This is a threat, right? Now there's intention. Now there's a reason why you would use a front-on face. Like, this guy's hyper-focused. He's looking straight at you like a predator. Dude, like in the wild, okay? So that's got an emotional reason as to why you would use a front-on face. Generally speaking, though, humans don't like flat-on symmetry. So you've already done a good job by including three-quarter posing here. But what I would say is just having these outer lines really flattens things out. I think your shoulder, if she's looking up, I think the shoulder, you had the right idea by dropping the shoulder here. I think you're just narrowing it in a little too much, maybe. It's not the worst spot, honestly. The shoulder would not have a hard outline here at the top unless she's wearing like a tank top or something. But I'm going to assume this lady's naked, so I would just say get rid of that line here. If you want to do an indication of an internal like shoulder thing here, you just do the armpit crease and bicep split here. Deltoids are deceptively longer than most people draw them. A lot of people, I think, when they draw like a deltoid on an arm, a very, 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 very common mistake I see is people drawing them too short. Like they'll draw the deltoid like this long, and then they'll make the bicep like this big or whatever. And it's not wrong, and it's not like necessarily unappealing all the time. But I think if you push it down a little bit, it just works a little bit better, in my opinion. Deltoids are pretty big muscles, you know? Her wig's slipping off. I wish my thing was big enough to draw on. I'm struggling more with the closer to the camera shoulder, though. This one. Yeah, so it's basically what I said, essentially. It's not actually wrong. It's just that top line that's a bit of a problem. Is the top line because of the hair? Oh, it could be. I could see that. I could see that, yeah. I don't really get what you mean. I think what Kimdo is saying is this top line an indication... I'll do it in blue. Is this top line over the shoulder here an indication of this hair mass laying over top of the form? That's what I think she means. But yeah, I wanted the hair on the top sides of both arms. It's tough to do it with a head tilt like this, right? Because hair, especially if you're using like you know, like straight hair like this, straight hair is going to be really, really influenced by gravity. And if a character's turning their head back and up, it's going to be very, very difficult for the hair to sort of defy gravity and fold over the shoulder. It's going to really, really go against the forces of gravity to do that. Now, if she has hair falling on the front of her ear, then I could see it doing that, because now the ear is influencing where the hair falls, right? And then you could have the hair sort of fall that way. But I think having the hair sort of come from the back of the ear, where it's swept all to the back, and flowing to the back here, against the pressure of the back of the ear, and then also going over the shoulder, it's not impossible. You could totally do it. I just don't know that it's going to feel super duper natural. And also, in which case, what I would do if I were doing that, this is how I would do it, okay? I'm just going to delete all this. We're going to just go with what you have here. I would take this hair, and instead of having the hair link up to the shoulder here, I'm going to get rid of this X for you. Instead of having the hair link up to the shoulder here, you need to have the hair follow up to the hair mass. Ignore what the shoulder's doing, okay? You're now drawing the shoulder as if it's its own separate entity. And doing something like this is going to feel a lot more natural. Just having that overlap going into this hair mass is going to feel a lot more like it's part of this shape and not part of this shape. You get it? You get what I'm saying? It's hard to explain. Overlaps and stuff are things that come with time and also require a lot of anatomy studies. And then it's going to be the same thing with this hairpiece. It's going to be tough for this hairpiece to fall forward when her hair is leaning back. I would honestly say just get rid of that. I don't think it's necessary. I think now you have a much nicer flow. Really cool concept. It is, yeah. But those are sort of my major changes. And if she is naked here, you could indicate sort of the breast forms, I guess. Yeah, you could leave it. You know what? It's fine. You could probably leave it. But now I feel like if you get rid of this hairpiece here, you get a much nicer flow up to the focal area. So when your eye is looking at it, your eye tracks artwork visually. So composition sort of is basically the way that you set up your scene to trick the eye into to lead the eye into where you want it to look at. And I think by getting rid of this piece, you actually redirect a little bit better towards the actual focal area, which is sort of this detailed section with the high contrast. I hope this helps. I want to say you did a very good job capturing the bottom plane of the jaw here. This is all very, very difficult stuff to do. So I'm trying to think, should the ear go higher up? I get rid of this little neck area here. Like, see where I drew my neckline? That's more where it would connect. You don't have, like, this big massive muscle at the back of the skull there. Lead the eye from the boob. Yeah, essentially is gesture, right? Like, that's what I'm doing with these pieces here. Like, if you look at this guy... I'll just get rid of this for 2 seconds. Actually, you know, I'm kind of done with this, so I'm just going to post it in the Discord for you to reference. I'll do it the other way, actually, so it's not mirrored. Think of you. Be your lady, baby. But yeah, so essentially that's what I'm doing here. You see how this leg basically just goes like this? That's like, I did that on purpose. It draws the eye into where I want them to look. This arm does the exact same thing. This arm also does the same thing. They all redirect to one point. So all of these lines flow into each other to serve the intent of the piece. It's the same thing with this guy too, right? This comes up here, this goes there, this goes there. They're all pointing to the focal area. Right? And I'm gonna eventually do this one, and I don't really know how I'm gonna do the elbow. Maybe something like this. Right? Something like this. So now all of the limbs are also pointing in the same direction. Maybe have the knees, something like that. I don't really know how I'm gonna do the Zelda pose yet, but... hopefully that helps, dude. Hopefully it gives you some direction. To be your lady, baby. I gotta be right back. Alright, I'll be RH. Be right here. I take no credit in the pose itself. It's all good, dude. You can reference posing. I'm never gonna get these fucking hands done, dude. Snack, did you see my question? I don't think I did. Would you ask? What do you think about Bridgman's anatomy? I've been trying to really dive into it recently. I think Bridgman is very, very, very good. I think the one thing that people don't really talk about with Bridgman is that the book wasn't designed by him in order to teach things. The book was basically a collection of images from his lectures in class, okay? So they're very rough, and they require some baseline anatomical understanding. So if you're a total beginner, jumping into Bridgman's anatomy is going to be confusing, okay? It really is like a more late beginner, intermediate, advanced, like somebody with a bit more of an understanding of anatomy. It just sort of helps tie these final pieces together. But essentially what Bridgman would do is he would teach like a giant auditorium. So he'd have these, oh my god, dude, where's my brush? He would have this giant auditorium, right? And then he would stand at the bottom. He'd be this little guy standing at the bottom, teaching the classroom with his little podium here or whatever. And then he had on the screen, probably about 9-10 feet up, this giant canvas that everybody could see in the auditorium. Right? And what he would do is he would stand here and he would draw on it with a giant stick with chalk on the end of it. And that's what you're seeing in the Bridgman's books, okay? Is his drawings that he used a giant stick to teach very crudely to his audience. The lessons and the anatomy that they teach and the way that they break down anatomy into these sort of like almost mechanical joint connections that just sort of like ebb and flow with each other really organically is fantastic, and it's genius, and it is incredibly valuable to study. But as a beginner, I would not recommend Bridgman. Do I count in that category? I think you should go back and actually study anatomy from like a medical perspective almost. I think you would really value to just do like, today I'm going to be looking at medical charts, and I'm going to be studying where the deltoid inserts, and I'm going to be drawing all the fibers of the deltoid, the direction they go, and all that stuff. And then I'm gonna do the exact same thing with the bicep. That would be my advice to you at your level. I don't think Bridgman is a good place to start for you right now. I don't think I think you'll get value out of it, but I don't think you'll get as much value as if you came back to Bridgman when you're a little bit more comfortable with anatomy, right? And understanding sort of where all these forms overlap, where they insert, where they attach, all that stuff. You know? Anyways. Hi, Snack. What do you think about the Loomis anatomy? I think Loomis is fine. I think Loomis is a bit boring, to be quite honest. Leave some tracks for the rest of us, Danny. Mike, you can only max out three songs in the queue, so. And that's intentional, because it's just that it's the amount that I'm comfortable with people sort of having the ability to put in there. What do you think about Loomis anatomy? Look, Loomis is fantastic, okay? Loomis is really good. He's going to teach you proportion. He's going to teach you sort of, you know, general shapes and form and all that stuff, and I think it's incredibly valuable. I think it's not the most appealing stuff in the world, and I think that's where my gripes end with Loomis. That's it, really. But I think as far as, like, entry-level anatomy, he's a fantastic place to start. How did those Ganon drawings you did yesterday turn out? I mean, this is the result. I deleted the other ones, so I don't know. They're gone. They're somewhere. They've been purged. Also, NFT, I know you spoke to Toothpaste, and he told you the exact same thing I did, right? Where basically you need to do anatomical breakdowns of anatomy and understanding how joints connect, how they attach, how they stretch, how they squash when they move, you know, how limbs respond to each other, what's pulling on what when a thing goes somewhere. That you can't skip that stuff, bro. It's the next step for you, and you're putting it off, you know. But anatomy study is super duper important. Young Khan, what up, dude? Hey, how's it going? We're going over anatomical resources. And I was saying that, and I'm curious if you have any opinion on this. I was saying Bridgman is not somebody that you should jump into right off the bat. I think Bridgman takes some sort of baseline understanding of anatomy before going into. Mostly just because of how crude the drawings are, because they're just excerpts from his classes where he was drawing on a big canvas with a piece of chalk on the end of a like 7-foot piece of like stick. And so if you don't have an understanding of anatomy, at least as a baseline, it's not that you won't get anything from Bridgman, it's that it's going to be a little bit more difficult to understand what he's trying to convey and teach to you. Taco is pretty user-friendly. Also, Morpho. Taco is, from what I've seen, especially seeing like the sort of snippets that you've been doing on StreamCon. Yeah, I would probably say Taco is a very, very good way to simplify anatomy. Tom Fox Draws has a really great anatomy book. I've never heard of him, but I believe it. But yeah, just to wrap up the thing I was saying to you earlier, Shimmer, I think Loomis is a great place to start. Like I said, my only issue with Loomis is that it's a little bland, but it's fantastic for understanding like proportion and stuff like that. Probably wouldn't reference Loomis for appeal, but I think it's a great resource for proportion and just general human anatomy. Also, a really good construction resource as well. Maybe a little overly complicated for construction of certain things, like the Loomis method on the head. You know, I learned it, and I kind of know it, but I don't know how much I actually relied on it early on. You know what? I think there's value in encouraging people to use construction when they start out, but Tom Fox is great. Okay, I'm gonna look him up. I'm curious now. Okay, it looks. Oh yeah. This stuff looks great, dude. Yeah, I've seen him. It looks very Taco-esque, but almost less anime style. What did you rely on at the start then in terms of construction? No. I learned the Loomis method, but what I was saying is I did It's okay. The advice that I'm gonna give is to use multiple resources. Don't just stick to one thing. Try different things, because your brain might not like one thing, and it might respond really well to another thing, and you won't know unless you really experiment. Now, that being said, just because you don't understand something right away, it doesn't mean that you're never going to understand it or that you have to switch to something else. Give something a good shot, understand the foundations of it and the proportions and all that stuff, and then as you sort of assimilate bits and pieces of different techniques, eventually you'll get a more holistic picture on how to do and draw things. That's sort of how art learning works. You kind of learn how to do a thing, and then you learn how to do a thing from a different angle and a different perspective and a different technique, and then it sticks better, and then you have different tools and different tools in your arsenal to tackle and troubleshoot through problems. So that would be my advice. Learn the Loomis method. If you find something else online that you prefer from some creator that you like or whatever, awesome, you know? Loomis method is just sort of tried and tested, and a lot of students learn it. So it's always like a good reference. And I think I sort of gave the wrong impression by saying I didn't use the Loomis method much. I did. There was a point in time where I stopped using it, and I kind of forgot it a little bit. But I definitely, when I started, relied on it a lot, especially for like three-quarter posing and stuff like that. Also, if you only use one thing, you can catch same face disease. Yeah, well, another thing, I think that people don't talk about this a lot, but the reality is when you're learning to draw, what you're kind of doing is you're turning your brain a little bit into like a 3D software where it's able to perceive things from different angles and different views. And just tackling a certain section of anatomy, like the head or the face or whatever, in a different angle or a different lighting or whatever, all of this stuff is slowly over time conditioning your brain to understand the relationships of these different angle changes. And so the more exposure you can get to different varieties and angles and all that stuff, without going overly extreme, like I'm talking like fisheye's probably not going to do much for your three-quarter if you've never practiced three-quarter before, you know? But if you sort of learn three-quarter and you learn front-on, eventually you'll get to a point where you're able to sort of have a nice handle on the in-betweens of those two poses and stuff like that, and the subtle differences between getting from one point to another. And so that's sort of what I mean. You're kind of like creating little bridges by practicing stuff from different perspectives. To be honest, I'd be very happy to learn even the Loomis method very well. Well, Get to it, dude. You got pen and paper? What are you waiting for? Don't be like me and spend 4 hours yapping and drawing a thumb, you know? You don't have a chat in your ear distracting you. Howdy. What up, Black Knight? How you doing, big dog? Low key, to avoid same face syndrome, you have to draw real people. Yeah, and I think you also need to have different reference sources beyond anime. This is maybe the one time where I'll do the whole anime thing where with like you know, where like, you know how like every art teacher is like, don't draw anime. It's not that you shouldn't draw anime. It's that if you only use anime as a reference, you're going to fall into like a lot of you're gonna limit your ability to understand different domains of art and really understand the anatomy and stuff. And it's not that anime doesn't use anatomy. They definitely do, okay? So don't ever let anybody downplay that. But it's just more so that they simplify forms a lot. And so you're going to limit the scope of how you understand. I'm trying to think of how to word this. You're removing your ability to self-critique by not understanding the baseline anatomy that's being used in anime, right? Like if I do an anime eye and it looks like this or whatever, this looks good. Okay, well, I mean, this doesn't look good. It's just like a little doodle or whatever. But if it's in an anime production, it looks good because the person who drew this was able to simplify it with the understanding of how an actual, like, realistic eye looks with all of its 3D planes and all of its angle changes and sort of, you know, where the tear duct would go and, like, you know, the actual three-dimensionality of the eyeball and the crease over top here and the shape of the roundness of the eye and all of that stuff. And so to be able to produce this consistently and effectively, you kind of have to know this. Well, maybe you don't. I guess you could just practice in anime and you'll get good at anime, but I think you're a more well-rounded artist if you understand the anatomy and then get to the simplification, rather than just jumping into the simplification and only knowing how to simplify things in that particular style. Then you fall into same face territory, okay? So I think that's the only gripe I'll ever have with anime. I think anime is a fantastic medium. I think you should study from anime. But I think, you know, if it's the only thing you study with, just understand that you're imposing limitations on yourself. That would be my view, I guess. The strangest thing is I'm a 3D engineer, but with drawing, I'm like, the fuck? It's a different muscle, you know? Being able to draw a three-dimensional form is it's a different beast. It's definitely a different beast. I started off trying to learn the Loomis method and the anime method until I came across a book made by somebody who used to draw the older Disney characters and somehow who drew Warner Brothers characters, and those styles stuck to me opposed to the first two methods I tried. Yeah, I mean, look, your art is going to be an amalgamation of the stuff you consume. If you consume a lot of anime, you're probably going to draw a lot of anime stuff. You know, if you draw more, like, semi-realistic, like, mix of anime and realism, almost, like, similar to what I do, it's because I consume a lot of those guys. I like, guys like Modern Day James, you know, people like Cynics and, like, Sakura back in the day, Ahmed Alduri. I was really into, like, D&D illustrators back when I first started. Tyler Jacobson, all these guys, right? Clint Searly or whatever. Like, all of these dudes were, like, big inspirations of mine when I started out. And so I have sort of a bit of a mix where I also really like anime too, or used to. Snack consuming a bunch of guys, always. I love me some fellas. Do what I do, ignore chat. Exactly. I try, trust me. Okay, I gotta go to my reference again. And I gotta stop ignoring my YouTube chatters. Sorry, YouTube chat. Oh, good. Nobody messaged me. Awesome. Okay. Really don't like this hand. But we're so cute and cool and comfy and dick jokes. How could you ignore us? Oh, I don't mean ignore in that sense. I just mean in the exploration sense. If I ignored you guys, I would get work done. It's clearly not the case. We've been drawing a hand for an hour and a half now, and I've done a finger. Hello, what up, Merc? How you doing? Hands will always be my weakness. I think that's like everybody, dude. You know what the trick is? Just learn one hand and just draw that fucking million times. Draw every single piece in the same hand. I feel like there's a thing. If you observe a lot of artists, there are some artists that'll just do that. They've gotten really, really, really good at doing a few like hands, and they'll just kind of cycle through those. If you're a masochist, just do what I do and use reference. Actually, if you're really a masochist, just try and do it from imagination. If you like to not torture yourself that much, then use some reference. This is a little long here. I'm gonna just bring this down a bit. Freehand, no reference hands. That's right. Or do the yaoi hands. I feel like those are like stylistically appealing in their own way, you know? The forearm's looking kind of weird to me. I feel like maybe it'd be lower. Maybe not, actually. Maybe more foreshortened. This whole area is kind of bugging me. I haven't even gotten started on this one. By the way, if I may say, isn't the thumb supposed to be kind of lower, or is it stylistic? No, I think the thumb's in an okay spot. I'm looking at my hand for reference right now. So I'm mostly drawing the negative shapes. Your thumb tends to be in like the bottom half of your palm. So if your palm is like split here, your thumb's gonna be in this area. Maybe it's a little low here, and so I've been tweaking it a bit. But it's supposed to be more like foreshortened. So I'm just kind of struggling with the overlaps. I watched Ethan Becker tutorial on drawing hands. I think I got PTSD from it. Oh no, I guess it does look right now that I tilted my head. Bro's gotta tilt his head to see the art. There's just some like, I think the hand would be a little lower. There is like some weirdness. Might be with the whole forearm, though. I just don't want it to be too much of an angle because I still want to get that gesture coming. Like right now, this section here, visually to me, is now a visual break where it's like the angle's too steep on this change here to where it hurts the eye traveling up the form. Whereas if I have it more like this, it flows a little bit easier. Still not ideal though. There's like some weirdness going on here that I want to fix. Yaoi hand's important aspect of a heroic scale. Soon I'll perish again. Guys, let people queue up whatever they want, alright? I'll be the authority on the queue. Snack was just talking about his love for yaoi hands. That's true. I do love me some yaoi hands. I've never read any yaoi, to be quite honest. True yaoi hands can wrap around the entire Yuke torso. Hey, what up, Crip? How you doing? Crip Teeth. How's it going? Did you change your color? Or do you just not have a set color? You're like orange today. They're blue for me? Crazy. This is like way too dark. Oh, it's because my weight is like way too high there. Let me tone that down. You could set colors? Oh yeah, dude. You could set your exact like stream color specifically. Weird, Kimdo, you're blue for me. Kimdo's always like a really desaturated grayish blue. You're always that way for me, Kimdo. Yeah, this is my set color. Color palette, dude. I'm imaginary. You're pink, dude. I'm out of here. Lurk. All right. See you, Nancy. I appreciate you popping in, dude. I'm trying to... The issue with drawing these hands is I'm trying to make his hands thick as fuck. Because he's Ganondorf, dude. I gotta make sure that, like, he's looking powerful and strong with these hands. But I have normal human hands, not giant demon hands, so it's very difficult. I'm like trying to simplify the form here a little bit. Also, this foreshortening on this thumb is driving me crazy. Now I'm feeling like it's a bit too high. This is the same problem I have whenever I'm drawing women's hands off of my hands as reference. Because my hands are very, like... I have, like, blocky, like man hands. I don't know. And so I always have to smooth out edges whenever I'm drawing ladies. Which is honestly kind of easier than drawing, like, big, monstrous men. Would you consider the work you're doing now a study, or is this more of a warm-up? This is just illustration. I don't know. I'm not studying anything. I did have like a reference open for like iconographic elements, like you know, like the little spikes on his thing or whatever. But the pose and everything is more or less from imagination. But I wouldn't really consider this like a study. I feel like if it was a study, I'd be trying to extract information from something in particular. Like, I really think that's what a study should be, is basically like you trying to reverse engineer a thing. That's what studying is, in my opinion. Snack, do you know any martial arts? I do not. I did, back when I was a stoner, I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for like 2 weeks, and then I puked because I was so out of shape, and then I stopped going. All the men I draw have beautiful feminine hands. I have to remember the normal range of motion when using my hands as reference. The thing is, Crip, I think there's something really, really valuable about having like that like very elastic joints, because then you could pull. Like, the nice thing about art is you're always sort of trying to push things as far as you physically can without like breaking it. And people who are hypermobile, they're honestly perfect as reference sources, because they can push poses to extremes without breaking it. Well, maybe you'll break yourself. I don't know how much you're pushing it, but like, don't hurt yourself. But if you're doing things within your normal range relative to you, normal being relative to you, you know, you could get some pretty expressive poses. Whereas if you're like a guy like me, who's basically broken and stiff and has the mobility of like a 50-year-old man, okay, getting poses that don't look like I'm twisting like a wooden mannequin are very, very difficult. My hand got a lot more elastic after breaking it. I've heard that before. I have elastic ass hands. Ever since I was a child, I could do crazy shit with my fingers. Hell yeah, dude. Snack, do you know any martial arts? I read that. Yes, I'm flexing on you, soft-handed chaters. Ass hands? Nice. Ooh, I'm also hypermobile. Guys, y'all need to drink milk. Nancy came back for the hypermobility discussion. Lactose intolerant debuff, I'll shit myself and die. You know, I know a man who would see value in that reference. He was here earlier. My parents fed me skim and powdered milk. No, thank you. Eat like a ton of powdered milk for 2 weeks and you'll be tolerant. I don't know if that actually like work. I think if you're an adult, I think that ship has sailed. That's like, I feel like it's like, yeah, I'm like deathly allergic to peanut butter. But if I microdose peanut butter long enough, I'll get used to it. I mean, maybe. There's a guy who became immune to snake venom by doing that, which is cool as shit. But yeah, by lurking, I meant I'm making dinner and listening to Snack in the BG in the background. Snack, how's your day going? So much better now that you're here, Icy Blue. How you doing? Got Snacky up on the kitchen counter. Hell yeah. My feet are dirty, but, you know, whatever. If it's good enough for the cats, it's good enough for me. Good enough for the cat, good enough for the snack. That's what I've always said. Cat allergy debuff makes me sad since I'm a cat person. I'm mildly allergic to cats. I could live with them. I prefer not to because I'm not a big cat guy. But yeah. I'm a dog guy through and through. Dogs are the superior animal. There's no winning that argument. First of all, they shit outside. Okay. That's a big S tier trait, okay? They actually love you. Despite the cats that, like, every cat owner tries to convince me that their cat loves them. They're like, yeah, he hangs out with me for 5 minutes every night. He loves me. It's always... Yeah. He doesn't love you, dude. He doesn't love you. I'm sorry. You take that back. No, I won't. Dogs are the superior creature. Boo, my cat loved me. It only shows you never had a cat. My mom has a cat. I lived with a cat for a couple of years before I moved out. I also lived with a dog. And I can tell you, that cat was an asshole. Every time my dog would walk by, my dog would just be chilling. Okay? Dog. Actually, my dog had floppy ears. My dog would just be chilling, you know, walking by, doing her thing. Wagging her tail, being all happy and shit. And then my cat would just Muhammad Ali, just start beating the fuck out of her for no reason. The cat would just be like, chilling here. Just slapping the fuck out of my dog. And my dog hated it. And the cat didn't give a shit. Your dog has long feet. She was a golden doodle, so she had like those human traits, you know? The music kind of matched with the line, they don't love you, dude. They don't. Random thought, I want a sugar glider. The sugar glider would be better than a cat, dude. Unless you live in a city with the plague, dude, you don't need a cat. You do need a dog, though. They're awesome. This is a cat. Anyways, that's my rendition of that story. Cats are better than dogs. I don't know what it is with Twitch viewers being like so pro cat. I feel like the Twitch chat archetype loves cats for whatever reason. I do think dogs are generally much better creatures. Team Giant Dogs, thank you. Can we run a poll? I don't know if there's any mods here actually. Here we go. I'm running a poll. Dog, cat. There's no other. This is decisive. Wow, unmoderated chat. Yeah, can you tell? I think the thing is, cat owners are so discriminatory towards dog lovers that the dog lovers don't like speaking out. We're like we're persecuted, dude, you know? And so I feel like cat owners are so vocal about how much better cats are because they're so insecure about it. But the reality is everybody knows dogs are better. Quite the opposite? Nah. Hi, just lurking and organizing references. There's my modder. How you doing, big dog? Guys, the poll is up. Don't forget to vote. Everybody knows the right answer. You're going to start a cat slash dog civil war now? I'm fine with that. Cat owners never dog shit dogs. We love them. You people just straight up hate cats. I don't hate cats. I'll pet a cat. I'll be nice to a cat. I would never hurt an animal. But I just don't. There's just like, it's not even a debate in my mind which is better between the two. I think it's both ways. Dog people are always, cats are evil and will eat you when you die. They probably will. Dogs will too, to be quite honest. Your dog's not gonna wait around. It's gonna eat your ass. I think it's just animals in general if you leave them like in an environment with no other options. I will say I'm voting dogs while I'm literally yelling at my dog right now. Yeah, but you yell at your dog because he's responsive to you. If you yell at your cat, he's not gonna give a fuck. You know? Man, I like dogs, but when that fucking dog, that fucking old person with an untrained dog walks in the street, like, dude, what is he going to do even when that dog decides to bite my ass? That happened. And just make up weird stories about them being evil. Have you ever heard cats killing humans? Like, what the fuck? It's another point for dogs, dude. They're dangerous. There's an edge to them. They're little protectors. Cat can't do shit, dude. The cat has like a 2 strength, okay, and like a 4 int. No, that would be way too smart for a cat, actually. I want an animal that can kill me, you know? Because then my relationship with it is like, it's based off mutual respect, not dominance. I just can't afford to feed a bear, otherwise I would do that. Go fight a cat and see how it'll shred you up. I could 1v1 like 10 cats, bro. I could just... I'm not gonna get into descriptors of fighting cats. That sounds like a bad idea. I would never hurt a cat, guys, to be clear. But I have no doubt in my mind that I would win in a fight against a cat. Probably win in a fight against a dog too, to be honest. But 10? Yeah, I think I could fight 10 cats. I guess it depends how fast they get to my face. Dogs love you regardless. You need to earn a cat's love. Nah. By the way, this poll is fake and not real. We're in an echo chamber. Snack fan art going Doom. Doom guy on cats? Nah. Guys, I just exist here. How are y'all so decisive about this? People just know what they like, you know? Cat supremacy, let's go. Look, we're on Twitch, okay? There's gonna be a bias towards cat. We're internet enjoyers. I gotta do a census poll of normies. What about mice? I mean, you probably wouldn't want mice. And I mean, not like unless you bought them intentionally to own a mouse. You wouldn't want like a random mouse in your house. That's probably a bad sign. They fuck your wires up and all kinds of shit. This echo chamber reaffirms my views that has been supplanted by other echo chambers. I mean, you guys are watching me. How normie can we be here, alright? There's still a lot I would change about this hand. But I'm gonna have to probably leave it for now. Just because I could keep reworking this forever. It's not gonna be good for me, though. There's no echo chamber for me. Both cats and dogs are dope. The centrist. When I catch Bandit, I'll tell him you prefer dogs. Please do. Give him a little kiss on the snoot for me, would you? Say Snack sends his regards. That hand's like really big. This hand's really small. Problem. I know I said I was gonna keep dicking around with it, but yeah, it feels too long. Oh god. Oh god. What in the hell? Lucas Circus, salut. Salut. How's it going, big dog? I will? Excellent. Guys, I need to sit. I've been standing this whole time. It's sitting time. Alright. Descend, table. Descend. You guys hear the motor? That's power. I think my other plan for this forward hand was going to be like doing something a little bit more open. I don't know if I still want to do that though. What the fuck? Yeah. Small price to pay. See, I don't know if I want to do like an open hand or a closed fist. Or I could move on to Link. Tough choices. By the way, I did kind of like play around with colors yesterday, just as a rough idea. I moved Navi though, I just realized that. Navi's also probably a different color, but... Speak French, 1 minute. Ok, il est quelle heure maintenant? Ben, check, je vais checker l'heure du stream. Ça fait 2h17 minutes que je suis live. Donc, je vais continuer jusqu'à comme 2h18. Il n'y a pas un grand sujet à discuter, donc je vais dire n'importe quoi. Je suis en train de décider en ce moment si je veux faire la main comme en poignée ou si je veux faire une main ouverte. Si je fais la main ouverte, ça va être un peu plus compliqué, mais j'ai pas pris de photo de référence pour faire la main en forme de poignée. Donc, ça va être un peu plus difficile. Soit ça, ou je prends une photo. Mais je sais pas encore, mais. Pourquoi tu sonnes comme t'es en train de le faker? Je fake pas. C'est de même que je parle quand je parle en français. Il est en train de jouer à roche-papier-ciseaux. Snack est en train d'avoir un aneurysm. Tout le français sonne un peu fake pour moi, mais c'est parce que je parle pas la langue. Il sonne comme s'il est pas familier avec la langue. Non, c'est pas vrai. Même la voix est différente. Je pense pas que j'ai une différente voix, mais je trouve que si je parle avec mes parents, j'ai comme j'ai comme une différente personnalité. Comme je sac pas autant, je suis pas aussi vulgaire. Euh, Il y a vraiment comme un grand changement de personnalité quand je parle avec mes parents en particulier. C'est juste parce que je suis pas habitué de parler avec mes parents. Tous mes amis sont anglophones, donc je vais parler en anglais. Tu sais? Donc, anyways. Anyways, I think it's been about a minute, but. Sid, he sounds like he's not familiar with the language. What are you talking about? Why you fighting me right now, dude? I took Italian in college for a bit. Very nice. I took Spanish in high school and I never listened. They just made me take a class. Comment as-tu appris le français? Ben, c'est ma langue maternelle. Ma mère était francophone. Donc, ouais, c'est juste. Quand je suis à la maison, je parle en français, puis quand je suis en public, je parle en anglais. My mom's French, so I grew up speaking French at home. It was technically my first language. English is probably my stronger language, obviously, because everyone I interact with is English these days. But when I was a kid, we mostly spoke French at home. Does his French sound off to me, to you, or is it just me? I promise it's probably not just you, but my French is not off. I am French. I've never heard French spoken with an English accent. God fucking damn it. It's not, I'm not speaking French with an English accent, guys. It's French Canadian. Man, how do you even learn a language as an adult? I have to make myself sit down and do a class twice a week. Yeah, it's tough. You kind of gotta like live the environment, I guess. I didn't learn as an adult, so I can't really say. You sound French to me. You're British. You're British. You're like the worst person who could defend me right now, but I'll take it. Guys, if there are any French Canadians in chat, I promise I'm speaking French Canadian. I don't have a French metropolitan accent. I'm not gonna sound like a French person from France. There was a fellow Algerian guy in chat, and he heard you speak French and was like, what the fuck is he yapping about? Yeah, so that's the thing. If you speak metropolitan French, like if you speak French from France, and if you're Algerian, you were colonized by the French, so you're gonna speak with a French accent. But if you speak with a French accent, like, it's hard to understand Canadian French. It's kind of like if you're like a posh British person or like an American listening to like a rural Scotsman. It's going to be a little difficult to understand what they're saying. Even though it's the same language, kind of. French Canadians like Australian English? Maybe. I feel like that one's a little bit more understandable though. Watching how many layers Snack uses to clean up lines makes me feel way better about my forced sketch process. This is all on one layer, dude. It's just 2 layers. That's it. I got my base sketch, which is like basically non-existent at this point, and then my top layer. Catch me out here taking 5 layers to get a decent looking line art. I try and one-shot it. It just depends. If I have something that I'm like, I really like the way this looks in this sketchy phase, then I don't want to damage it because I want to be able to come back to it. If I overdo something in one direction, I'll sort of keep it as its own separate layer. I've only met one French man, and he was very, unfortunately, stereotypically French. Catch me out here taking 5 layers to get a decent looking line art. It doesn't really matter how many layers you do. Whatever works for you, you know? I do everything on 1 layer. You're an animal, bro. You do a gazillion layers and then merge them? Sometimes. Sometimes no. I feel like having the closed fist is gonna work better, to be honest. Whatever. I'm just gonna move on to Link for now. I gotta go sleep, Snack. See ya. See ya, Sid. I'm doing a simple no background character. I usually have like 2 to 3 layers. Does that include color and shit? Because once you get into color, I've got like, I can hit like 100. Easily. Easily I can hit 100. Drawing line art on the sketch layer is my personal fave. Same, dude. I don't know how simple I want to make. I don't know how literal I want to draw the fingers here. Once I have my flats down, I merge everything. I've tossed my latest creature into the critiques channel if you're doing those today, /halftime, /art in a flow state. Yeah, I'll take a look. I was doing crits earlier. Give me a sec. I just want to finish this hand here. This hand's gonna be a lot quicker than the other ones. I've done this exact hand like a million times, so. I just need to look at some link reference to know what his gauntlets look like. Because I know he wears gauntlets and they don't fully like cover his hands. They're like wrapped around the fingers here. The symphony. I draw color on the sketch layer. On the sketch layer. Oh, whoa! You're playing hard mode, dude. That's crazy. Not destruction. That's some hardcore shit, dude. Sketch layer to me is sacred. I don't touch my sketch layer ever. I don't like that. I think these need to wrap. Actually, that's not true. I'll touch the sketch layer, but I'll duplicate it usually and make another sketch layer to work off of. Okay, Nox, I'm gonna look at your thing in like 2 seconds here. I'm just wrapping up this, These are not very even shapes. I also think the spacing on them is, like, too boring. Okay, I'm gonna go through Nox's thing. Let me look at the thing. Give me 2 seconds here. Okay, we got a cat reference and a dog drawing. We can tell which animal Nox likes by the fact that they're drawing dogs instead of cats. Just saying. Please don't be a cat person. Okay. I'll bring out the reference because I'm gonna really struggle without the reference because I'm not good at, like, quadruped anatomy. Oh, what the fuck? Copy image. Paste. Okay. What can I say about this? I think for starters, there's a concept in art called tangents. Okay, I don't know if you've heard me talk about tangents at some point, Nox. Let me reduce the opacity on these. I don't really need to reduce the opacity on that. I'm not gonna draw over it. Hey nerd, what up, Milky? How you doing? We're going over chatter feedback right now. I knew you were gonna hit me with tangents. Yeah, it's mostly just because there's a lot of clutter. Ironically, a lot of stuff that I would say to cut too is just like, you see how this line here leads into this line here on the snout, and then this also leads into the eye socket here. There's not a lot of, like, shape separation, and so I would really watch that. And I would just, like, if I were doing like a deer antler like this, I'd probably just have the deer antler go off like somewhere like this maybe, and just have it be a completely, like, independent shape. Maybe not that big. And then I'd watch my tangents here. To watch this tangent here, I'd probably just straight up erase whatever that is there. Doesn't really need to be there. So it's just sort of like managing your forms and deciding which form is going to have precedent over another one, which one you need, which one you don't need. And this is a muscle that you'll train over time, dude, for sure. And, like, let's say you want that sort of curvy look to your antler. I'm not very good at drawing, like, antlers and shit. I just don't do it very often, but... And then all these other little things... I don't... Like, you're good on the spacing here, so I think you could probably just leave that one as is. I don't really like this. I don't know what a deer antler would look like. My instinct is that it would come up a little bit more like this. But then I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get it to have like that gesture and flow coming through here. So that's the sort of puzzle working of doing art sometimes. Is you got to be like, how do I alter this form so that I can still serve the flow of the pose? You know, like that's what I struggled with a lot on these guys. Was like, how do I position the arm and the arcs on the arms to have it like still synergize with the overall gesture of the piece? Because the thing is if I throw this antler out like this, it can kind of break up the form. Honestly, I don't think it's terrible. I do think it's off-center, though. So right now, the antler, if I draw his skull through here... It feels to me like the antler is basically dead center of the skull, which it would not be. I mean, I'm not familiar with deer anatomy, but... I know sometimes deer have, like, these weird mutations, and I don't know if that's, like, what you're going for here. But I usually, my guess is the antler would be off the one side, because we're bilateral creatures, right? So you're gonna have probably something like this. And I think this, honestly, if you tone down the horn just a little bit, it kind of still flows. The reason being is because this tail is also serving this gesture, right? And so you have this lining up along that tail's path. And so visually, I think having the antler there doesn't actually, it doesn't actually disturb anything. These guys up here, I think are a bit more problematic. Maybe not. I'm just trying to figure this out as I go here. I feel instinctively like they're weird a little bit, you know? So I'm gonna put the other antler. Let's say it's a bilateral thing and it's not like a central antler. I'm just gonna say get rid of these guys, straight up. This antler, we're gonna mimic this other one. I don't want it to do that. Still think it'd be more off to the side, honestly. By the way, guys, it's not that you can never, ever, ever, ever break your gesture. Like, not every drawing you do has to be this perfect, simplified thing with either a C-curve or S-curve gesture. It's just that if you're pulling forms out of the gesture, the more you do that, like, there's a balancing act that you're doing, kind of, is how I would explain it. Hello, Snacky Wacky. How you doing? What up? What up, Riri? How you doing? I'm doing good. This horn is a little odd. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one. This is a very tough one. I see. You're using sort of like the skull here, almost like the... Like there's an angry brow type deal. I'm gonna get rid of, like, this antler here. Like I said, we're gonna get rid of that. So now I'm just gonna clean that up based off where I position my antler. I'm gonna grab this. Clean that up. Give it a little breathing room. Clean it up over here. I'm gonna get rid of this too. There's a lot going on. Sometimes simpler is better. This one we got rid of. These guys I'm gonna get rid of. I'm just kind of like sketchily painting over top of your thing right now. I'm gonna leave the X's though. I think I get too committed to trying to make a thing work at the expense of the overall flow. Yeah, no, I get that, dude. I 100% get that. I've done that a billion times where I'm like, I need to have this element in my piece. I need to have this thing. But sometimes it just doesn't really work. And you can keep working it and working it and working it, and it just won't work. Or sometimes you just need to work it a specific way, and then it'll feel like it's working, you know? But it's one of those things where you probably don't want to shoehorn it in. How's the overall line art quality? It's good. I like the line art. You've got a lot of shape variety. I'm trying to think. One thing I would say is, and I don't know how to give advice on this, it's intentionality with where you position your weight. And I think you're trying to do it. And I think you'll eventually, as you keep practicing it over time, Nox, you'll find some things work better for your piece and some things work less well. Like this area here, this is a great spot to have thicker line weight because you've got two overlapping forms, right? So that makes sense. I don't really know how leg connects here. With the rib cage would overlap it, I guess. Yeah, I'm looking at this. It's kind of like it's connected in here almost. Like his pelvis is back here, his spine's like there. I think that the issue is there's big jumps between these thick lines to nothing. And I know I had mentioned disconnecting lines, but I feel like sometimes if you're doing your edge work here, like you have a gray background, and so I feel like some of these areas I would connect a little bit more. It's really the thing. I'm struggling to explain why and when, because I don't really know. It is like an intuition thing that I do. It's kind of like a vibes-based thing, unfortunately. Maybe if somebody has some sort of logical cue as to how to do it, I just don't know it off the top of my head. Your overlapping forms are good here. I think what you could probably do is thin out your lines as they get farther away from the camera and thicken them as they get further or closer to the camera. That's one way you can think about line art. So closer objects have heavier weight. Closer equal heavier. I was gonna spell heavy with heavy. Far thinner. And this just sort of comes from like environment design, where if you have something that's farther away, like really far, like on the horizon, it's so far away that there's more air molecules in front of it, so it gets a little bit fuzzier. It's called atmospheric perspective. Also, it's like focus, right? Like the camera lens has focal areas. So if you look over here, this region here kind of blends off into the distance because the camera's focal lens is on the front of the creature. So everything on the front here is going to have a lot more line, like more hard edges and sort of more defined edge work. Whereas the things that are farther away are a little bit lighter. And with line art, I think that's a way you can also use it. So you can think of focal tracking as a way to indicate where you would put your lines. High detail areas on a camera lens or on a focus point is going to have more defined lines, and less focal areas or things that are farther away are going to have fewer lines. These are sort of like general guides. I'm trying to narrow in the sort of guidance for you, just because it is a very vibes-based thing. Because you can make it work the other way as well, but it's just, you know, if we're trying to generalize things here to give you a little bit of a rail to stick to, that's what I would say. So more focus equal, I'm gonna put not heavy, I'm gonna put more detail. Now this can mean more, it can mean more heavy line art, it could just mean more inner detailing on the line art, and I know you definitely intended to do that with this region here. I think you just gotta watch that balance for clutter. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's another thing when it comes to following a line with your eye, okay? So if I have a line like this, and I create the line, and then it ebbs and it flows, and it comes down, and it turns back up like this, right? Something like that. It's your eye tracks that visually in a pretty linear way, right? Like in this case, because it's thicker and darker, your eye's probably going to start from this side of the line. And then it's going to go out this way because it gets thinner as the line goes farther away, right? And it's going to sort of track on this sort of linear path. Now, what happens if I go into this and I add over here, I add a really thick line and I do this. Now, where does your eye look first when you're looking at this line? I've added a sharp angle on a curved line, okay, with a thick line weight. It's really, your eye doesn't, it almost like your eye doesn't really know where to go. It kind of wants to go here, but it also kind of is distracted by this a little bit, and it breaks the visual comfort. I don't know if you guys feel this when you're looking at the canvas right now. I might be blocking with my big-ass head. But this is sort of like a demonstration of what I mean by the intuitive feel of line art. And so when you're doing these lines here, and you've got all these dark, thick lines here with these angular changes on what is technically supposed to be a flowing curve, it breaks things up visually, and it becomes a little bit harsher on the eye. It's a little bit less appealing for that reason, right? Like, if you look at this cat here, yes, there's hair, but the hair is like, it's not really, like, defined in any particular way. And here, even here, it's like, it's a lost edge almost. If I were to do this on a character like fur, maybe I would use hatching. So maybe instead of doing a line, I do a line, but I sort of break up the line where it's kind of like got this sort of feel to it. You know, something like that. So now it's got that flow, but it's also got that texture. So maybe that's one way I could do it. It's tough. I don't do a lot of furry creatures, so it's hard for me to say how I would approach it. But maybe something like this, you know? I don't know. I'm kind of spitballing here. But that's why I think it feels a little weird in a lot of these regions. It's because you have these sort of, they're basically, I call them like visual breaks, where they break the flow of the movement. And typically what I do, if I'm adding fur and I'm defining it with like spikies like this, what I do is I have those spikies sort of follow a flow. So if I'm doing a spiky here, it's probably going to do something like this, and then something like this, and it's going to sort of flow along with the piece, rather than feeling like it comes out of the piece, you know what I mean? I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying. There's almost like it's moving with the drawing. Whereas I feel like if I'm looking, I'll move this actually off to the side, just to see if I'm trying to figure this out on the fly, so I'm just going to try and compare the two here. So if I have something like that, and then if I trace over this, I think this curvature just doesn't feel as flowy to me. I don't really know what the difference is between these two lines that I did. I think it's just the harshness of the direction change here, where you go like this, and then you go like this really sort of abruptly. But this spiky's going that way, whereas like my spiky here is kind of sort of indicating the directional change. And yours is kind of doing that too, but to a more extreme degree, almost. I don't know. I'm trying to really dissect this and try and understand why it works better or worse in either case. This is the best I can offer, really. But this is sort of how I think of it. I think that the transition is more gradual on the one I drew versus the one you drew, and maybe that's why it feels a little bit easier to follow. And I would probably say something similar here if I were you know. So that, again, if you're not texturing it this way, if you're doing the spikies, I think making sure that they really feel like they're flowing, or their directional changes are making sense with the actual form underneath. Whereas I don't know that this one necessarily does. Like if it's a spine here on the tail, the spikies are probably going to want to match that spine's directional changes. Because that is what a tail is, right? It's like hair on top of a spine, essentially. Or the tailbone, I guess. And so if you go too off in one direction, it just kind of breaks that organic movement of the joints underneath. Is my guess. Okay, this is all guessing. I think I've given you a lot here, so I don't know how much more I'm going to give. I think I'll just do that. I will also just point out this area, to me, also feels very cluttered. Like this whole section here. So that would be my advice. I know we jumped all over the place here. I hope this gave you some sort of direction. Okay, let me drop that in the Discord for you. Send you on your way. Got work on my intentionality and flow, more or less. It does when you talk about this stuff, it does feel very vibesy, but Ocean Pause, how's it going, Ocean Pause? It's been forever. I appreciate you popping back in, Ocean Pause. Much appreciate you. You too, Nox. Okay, I'm gonna delete this. Art is like weirdly objective, but also weirdly like not objective. It's so hard. Like you can only sort of, what I would say is try and amass as many objective rules for yourself as you can that you know are objectively true. Like the example I gave with the flow here, like I think this is pretty objective. That if I remove sort of this element, visually your eye is probably going to start here when it tracks and not over here, just because of the line weight difference. But the second you add some harsh line over here, now your eye doesn't really know where to go. Like, these are kind of standard across most humans, I would assume. Maybe it is just a me thing. Maybe you guys are hard disagree, and you say like, hey, I actually prefer starting off in the area where my eye doesn't see things as well. I'm not like the other girls. And I'd be like, all right, well, whatever. Ocean, how are the horses, Diva? How are the horses? I'm still trying to figure out my style as well, so it's all flexy, and I'm a bit taking things from art I see online and trying to incorporate things. That's exactly how you should do it, you know? And I would say, like, if you have artists that you like you tend to do a lot of animals, so I assume you like the sort of animal style. There are lots of artists that draw animals in these, like, realistic ways or whatever. Or I guess, like, graphical ways is what it feels like you're going for a little bit. My phone might die, so I'm gonna disappear, and I'll be back if you're still around later. I'll probably still be around later. Probably. It's only been a couple hours. I should go eat soon. I think ads are coming up in like 10 minutes, so maybe I'll wait for the ads to run, and then I'll go make a little tuna sandwich or something, you know? Another thing I would say, Nox, is maybe try experimenting with line weights. Or line brush size is what I mean. Like this character here, I've been drawing this with a very, very thin version of this brush. And it almost lets me use my ink brush as if it's like a mechanical pencil. Whereas if I do the same exact lines with this brush at a larger size, I get a much harsher effect. You know? And I feel like I can build my values and my lines up better going thinner, even though it takes more brush strokes, and so it takes a little longer. But experiment, you know? Holy thighs. Oh, yeah. I made my leg jack, bro. Link has this sort of like taper to his legs, where his legs sort of have this like really like drastic change in forms. I just kind of pushed it to like a more realistic. This guy runs around Hyrule all day long. He's gonna have like athlete's legs, you know? I have this problem. When I really like some art, I can never really break it down. I can never really break down what I like about it. I think, you know, you'll pick up over time. Sometimes you feel it, and you just feel it, and you know based off the emotion that you feel, right? Sometimes it's not objective. But sometimes you can, like, if you once you start to learn a lot of these objective things, you can look at somebody's art and really start to identify, like, oh, whether this is the reason I feel this or not, they are implementing X thing, Y thing, Z thing, right? And all of these things maybe collectively create the emotion I'm feeling when I see their art, the emotion of appeal. And so it's not really about necessarily being able to extract everything, but if you can gather information from one thing here, one thing there, and then start really implementing that into your workflows, you'll realize that you'll eventually start stumbling on those emotional responses with your own work. Yeah, maybe I just lack the eye for it yet. That is another thing too, right? Your ability to observe these things comes with time. Yeah, I'm playing with those a bunch now. I'm playing between 5 and 10 and pressure sensitivity at the moment. Another thing I would say, Nox, this is one thing I actually do, like, very actively. You guys might not know it, but I do this. Make a mental note of the light and weight that you're drawing with and the speed of your hand when you feel like you're drawing really well. Like, understand the stroke speed you're moving your hand with, the sort of, like, the searching speed, you know? There's different cadences for the way you move your hand and the line weights and all that stuff. And it's hard to sort of get an idea, but you can usually tell if you're going fast or slow or whatever, at least in that sort of general vibe. And then it'll give you a little bit more stuff to narrow down on. Snack, what do you think about line stabilization, especially for beginners? I don't know. I know lots of artists who've used it. I don't use any line stabilization, so I don't know. I've never really used line stabilization, mostly because I found it always like made my brush lag. Like if I crank, like my stabilization here on the left is at 0. If I crank this up to like 100, look how fucking slow my brush is gonna move now. It's like chasing my hand, and I don't like that. But that's obviously because the stabilization. But I don't like it. I don't personally use line stabilization, so I don't have a lot to offer on it. But I do know a lot of great artists that do use it, you know, so it's really up to you. It's personal preference. Granted, my stuff always looks very sketchy, but it's got like sort of a texture to it because of that. And that might be because I don't use line stabilizers. Like, even, like, these lines, when you zoom out, they're clean, but when you zoom in, look at this shit. Look at this shit, you know? It's a fucking mess. But you zoom out, and you're like, oh, yeah, that line makes sense, you know? It's the same thing with this dude. This guy's a good example, because when you zoom out, you're like, oh, his face looks so clean. And then you zoom in, and you're like, holy fuck, dude. Like, what is going on here? You know? There's just like lines over lines. It doesn't even make sense. Sometimes these lines are going this way. There's like some cross-hatching here. It's very weird. It's very messy. But you zoom out and you're like, oh, you know, it's a little shaded. Whatever. And you gotta understand, people are gonna look at your art from this distance. No one's gonna look at your art and do this. And go, whoa. It's very, very scratchy. Whoa. Why would he do all of this? Why would he make it so messy? Oh, his lines are so bad. They're gonna look at it like this. And so as long as it looks good like this, that's all that matters. Oh, it's blackout time. Thanks for the stream, Snack. I'll see you next week, hopefully. Good night / day chat. Good night, Lego Bimbo. Have fun. But your lines are still, like, not jagged. Stab gets rid of jaggedness. My lines are jagged. Like, they're definitely jagged. Like, look at this. The curves are not jagged, right? Like, I think that's what you mean. Like, the forms themselves are not jagged. But that's just experience. Whether you use line stabilizers or not, that'll come with time. Like, if I did a thicker, like even this, like, this is jagged. But it's still following a particular flow or whatever. So I think if your goal is to use line stability to supplement curvatures, like if I straight one shot a curve, it's gonna have a lot of like weird bumps and shit, right? Like look at that. There's like weird bumps here. Like it's not very smooth. But I build up my lines gradually. And I feel like it gives me more control over my directions and the subtleties. Yeah, I'm talking about the curves, and what I thought was I shouldn't use stabilizers if I want to get better curves. Oh. I mean, I can't answer that question. I feel like you could probably get good at doing curvatures with line stabilizers. Because I know people who use line stabilizers who are like professional illustrators, right? And they work professionally as like character designers or whatever. Like I know those people exist. But you know, I also know people who draw without them, and they also draw really well. I don't think there's one right answer here. I think it's personal preference. I think if you're using line stabilizers as a crutch, that's a different argument. You know, like if you get to the point where you use them because you're not confident in producing your own curves, then I would probably say maybe don't use them. You know, just so you can get that skill up. Maybe you just need to do shape studies or something. Draw a bunch of cylinders. Yeah, probably. Okay, ads are coming up in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go make a tuna sandwich. I gotta cook an egg, so I'm gonna leave now, and then I'll just let the ads get going, and then I'll be back shortly after. BRB. Daddy's home. Did you guys miss me? He left and he's never coming back. Just glorped up some noodles. I'm about to eat a tuna freaking sandwich right now. Tuna wrap, I should say. Yeah, I did disappear. I went to the grocery store. I did came back though. I love my children. How you doing, Siren? I do them periodically. Maybe I'm just too impatient. In engineering, it either works or not. So you got to do it right from the start. Yeah, the thing with art is like you have to condition yourself to do it right, which is it's difficult, you know. No, we didn't. I finally actually started working on the crypt piece instead of listening. Hell yeah, dude. Does that mean I gotta shut up more? By the way, Snack, on both YouTube and here on Twitch, your sound is kind of low. Both music and mic, I mean. If I switch to something else, I'm getting my ears blasted. Okay, let me, I mean, my mic's maxed out. I don't know if I can't really increase my mic audio. Let me see, actually. Does my volume go up on here? How's that? Is it a little louder? I think that's as loud as my mic goes. Snack, any tips for analyzing reference? Yeah, send me the reference you want, and I'll tell you how I would go over it in my mind. I mean, my volume's still turned up pretty high, and I'm not a tech guy, so I don't know how to fix it. Does everybody else have this problem, or is it just Ian? Let me know. Be honest, because if it is like an audio issue on my end, I should fix it. 3D Rat, what up, dude? Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just gonna go wash my hands and my mustache. It's okay for me. It could be a little higher, a smidge. I can't make my mic go higher, though. That's the issue. My mic is literally maxed out. It is lower in streams or something with wireless headphones. Is it lower in streams or something with wireless headphones? Maybe, I don't know. I only own Bluetooth headphones, so there would never be a difference, like, a different set I would have used. I'm maxed out. I'm Mike. Dad joke. You're maxed out. I don't get it. Alright, sending them in art critiques. Alright, let me take a little look. I was asking Mike since they asked me if I was using wireless headphones. Okay. Oh, I get it, because I said my mic is maxed out. I get it. Okay, clicked. Alright, I get it. Sometimes I, like, lose track of what the hell I'm talking about. You said your mic was maxed. Yeah. I gotcha. Holy fucking reference. Alright, these are gonna be really, really difficult to dissect. I'm gonna pick one. Okay? And then I'm gonna tell you what I would extract from this. Snack is high on tuna. That's true. Trying to study clothing. Okay. Where the fuck did I just put that? There we go. So if I'm studying this reference, first thing I'm doing, probably looking at the composition. Yeah, that's why I was like, holy reference. It's just very detailed, but it is very well executed. So, one thing that I observe right away, okay, and the whole thing, Siren Knight, when you're doing a study, this is all you have to do. All you have to do is observe things, and then write down what you observe, okay? Classic scientific method. Alright, so what do I observe here? I observe that there are variances in detail in different regions of the foliage. Okay, observation 1. Doesn't matter where you observe, what order you're observing things in. As long as you're making these observations and you're writing them down or making note of them somehow, it'll help. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, there's trees here, right? There's trees here, there's trees here, there's trees here, here, and here, and all in the background here. This is all trees all around her. But not all of these trees have the same degree of detail. These trees have a little bit more detailing on the flowers. These trees have a little bit more detailing on the flowers. This area has a lot more detailing on the flowers. This area here has a lot more detailing on the flowers. This has less. Okay, so I'll do it in blue. Less, all around here. Less detailing, less detailing. Now, what can we hypothesize about that? We don't really need to hypothesize. We understand basic composition, so we can basically just say why this is being done. The reason this is being done is because these points are strategically placed to frame the subject, okay? So that's why they're adding detail in these particular regions, because they want to frame the subject. Okay, so this creates a frame around your character for your eye to stick within. There's also a little bit of lighting here, and then there's this guy here. Notice how this basically creates like a frame around your subject. So that's one reason why they would have this foliage being more detailed in this regions, okay? There's absolutely no objective reason why they couldn't have made this trunk here or these trees like super duper detailed, okay? They chose to do this intentionally, okay? So they're using framing. What's another compositional trick here? So we have framing. What's the next one? Well, they're using compositional leading lines here. Now, I'm going to erase all of this because I realize I'm drawing over top of your reference here. So I'm going to do it on a new layer. I'm just going to circle this. Framing elements. Okay, now we're gonna switch to blue, let's say. Now we got leading lines. Okay, so you've got these lines here. that basically lead. Where do they lead? They also flow into this guy's arm here, okay? So now, when you're over here, if you're looking at this shit, you've got this guy to basically redirect you to the central focal area. This guy here is led by this tree. Notice how this tree also leads in. Notice how this branch also sort of leads in. This guy's looking in this direction. She's looking in this direction. So no matter where you go on this piece, no matter where your eyes land, they're going to always be re-centered towards the area that the artist wants you to look at, which is this area. Now, you don't give a shit about any of this because you just want to study clothing, okay? So, compositional stuff aside, how did they break down the clothes? Well, I see one shape here, and I say one shape. I think this is one shape. And then we've got another shape here. You can break it down into whatever abstract shapes you think helps you. But I see basically 3 major shapes here. And then everything else in here is just curves defining that form. Okay, they're contouring using detail. Same thing here. Contouring using detail. Same thing here. Contouring using detail. Okay? So that's basically what that is. They're just doing fancier contouring. Same deal with this. The foot also kind of redirects, if you haven't noticed. It connects to the hand and then back to the face. So this is all intentional. And this form here on the clothing, again, all these fabric folds are doing is just indicating what form is underneath. So there's, like, you can literally trace this stuff to simplify it. So that's what I would do if I'm studying this stuff. I would go in here, I would basically reverse engineer it, be like, what are the simplified forms that exist underneath this piece that make it work? Also, I'm noticing, and this is just a testament to how well thought out this piece is, because now I'm noticing even more things in the background here that I didn't notice before. But there's these little babies here that are looking, where are they looking? Straight up at the focal area. This guy's not, but his eyes are closed or whatever, so whatever, it doesn't matter. But and also, their gesture kind of flows up into this piece as well. So all of these elements, these leaves here, they all kind of flow up directionally into that piece. These random ropes in the background being held by this guy, also kind of flowing up that way. They're in more shadow, so they don't need to, like, be as blatantly directing things, but... Wait, there's another man in the shadow, too? There sure is, yeah. This looks like a guy to me over here as well. A little creepy guy in the background. And she's kicking off her shoe, too. And notice her leg is actually turning away from us, which is really, 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 really well thought out. Because she's kicking her shoe off this way. Granted, it would probably fly off a little bit more this way, but whatever. She is swinging, too. The point is, you know, there's a lot that you can extract here. But what I want you to take away from doing a study, and this applies to everybody listening right now, is you're trying to extract information. A study is not about copying something. A lot of people approach art, and studies in particular, with the mentality of, I'm going to replicate this drawing one for one, and then that will make me absorb the information that is in this drawing. No, that's not how it works. You have to dissect the drawing, and you have to extract the information, okay? Like you're cracking open like a clam, and you're trying to suck the little meat out from the inside. That's what you're trying to do. It doesn't matter if you copy it. If your goal is to practice like lines and shapes and use similar shapes, then sure, dissect the shapes, copy the shapes, all that stuff. You can do that too. But generally speaking, you're gonna get a lot more value out of just dissecting a study like this, like I have, taking notes on it, note, blah, 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 and then applying it to your work. Simple as. Simple as. Creepy guy in background going like, kinda is. He's like that meme of the guy behind the tree, you know, How's it going, Chow Grim? But yeah, so Siren, I hope this sort of helps you understand how to dissect a drawing. This is how I would do a study. I'm gonna be honest, I think probably maybe 5 times in my life have I ever actually like copied one for one a reference. Or sorry, copied not a reference. I copy references all the time, but copied like a piece to learn essentially. Flat is back. Shit, you know it is. Oh, sweet release, dude. Sweet release. Going good, co-working alongside you? Hell yeah, dude. So that's what I would say. Just get really comfortable at observing things, and you'll realize that the more you're able to observe these things, the more you'll basically start to observe where they're lacking in your work and why things are working wrong in your work. Essentially what a study is you're giving yourself a larger arsenal to critique your own work. You're training your eye, right? That's one exercise anyways. I guess you could probably study this in a billion different ways, but you could observe sort of the values. Okay, like their darker values are here and they have this light beam coming down also framing the character, right? So they're using value to frame the character. Then you could say, well, they're using contrast too. So they've got blue hues here in the background, or what feels like blue, along with a red character in the central element. These are opposing on the color wheel. They're using that contrast to really highlight that red character. Everything else is very blue, very cold. This character has like strong red. That's the only element in this entire piece that has these strong contrasting hues, right? So there's a billion different things you could pull from this. Hey, can I ask you something? Yeah. What's up, 3D Rat? What you got? I also clearly see the golden ratio thing here. You know, I don't really know much about the golden ratio, but I certainly know that like it's framed in the bottom third. If that's what the golden ratio is, like if you flip it on its side and the golden ratio is like something that does like this or whatever, then yeah, I could see that. The final blow. Dude, whatever happened to the All-American Rejects? They were so sick. It ends tonight. Anyways, that's what I'll say. I read somewhere on another art stream people complain about lolly art. Do you know what it means? Unfortunately, I do. Casnack supports it heavily. I do not support it at all, dude. That's slander. Lolly art, from what I understand, okay, is basically... It's just like fucking kids. It's just like anime characters that look like kids. But they're like 1,000-year-old fucking dragons or whatever. You're a free speech guy, aren't you? I'm like the opposite of a free speech guy. I actively think that we should regulate speech. It's free expression. Is it? Is it Pixar? I think knowing what's layered does help, because it helps you figure out the environment plus how thick the fabric would be and how that affects movement / folds. If you ever need help deciphering an outfit, please ask me. I will help. There you go. Kids as 1,000-year-old dragons? You got it. That's basically my understanding of lolly art. I'm glad I could educate you on that, and I'm very unfortunate that I had to be the one to do it, but... But yeah, so hopefully that gives you some direction, Siren, and that's what I'll say, basically. Son, make things right. Well, it depends on which kind of lolly art, like the okay shit or the not okay shit. I mean, you can draw kids, okay? You start putting them in, like, bikinis and shit. You're skirting the line, bro. I think people can draw lolly, but their hard drive needs to be checked. Oh, look what you've done, 3D Rat. Can you demonstrate the difference between the okay and the not okay version? No. So it's PDF stuff, basically. It's like diet PDF shit, yeah. If you're calling a kid a lolly, I feel devious things are already happening. I mean, isn't that what it is, though? Like, they're kids, right? Or essentially, they appear as kids. I assume you're talking in general and not at me. I don't know shit about lolly stuff, so. No snack, stop talking. You're not gonna impede on my free speech. I'm a free speech guy, apparently. I don't know. Depending on where you go on the internet, people are gonna have very conflicting views. I think my opinion is that it's probably you should just avoid it. Well, there's the Lolita fashion style. Yeah, but that's different though. It's just like basically like the eccentric like maid shit. Ugh. I gotta find, I'm trying to find a reference link here so I can see what his gauntlet looks like a little bit better. Give me a second. While you guys get all the crazy shit out of your system. And what can be good about that? I read in this chat that there is good, like, the okay shit and not okay shit. Which version is good? Bro, I'm not the guy to ask. I barely even fucking watch anime, dude. I would just say, in general, I would probably avoid it entirely. I think if you're doing just like I think if you're sexualizing like the shit, then that's like the big crux of the problem, right? You can represent children in anime and stuff like that. Like that's not a problem. But it's just sort of when it goes into like very, it's not even subtle. It's like just like straight up sexualization. Then it's like fucking gnarly, dude. Not only made shit, they have to be petite. Well, who's just followed at like the fucking worst point ever. Big Mike Studio, thank you for the follow. Get in here, Big Mike. Join the heinous conversation. Dude, I don't know what my At what point does it cross over into sexualized? I don't know. Look, I've watched like I guess I've watched like a show called K-On! Back when I was like studying Japanese, because it has like it's known for having like very simplified Japanese, and to me that was like not like that like I don't know if that would constitute as like lolly stuff, like the old like the fuck is it called, the moe art style or whatever. Is that the same thing, or is it a separate thing? K-On's not sexual at all? Yeah, but that's what that was an example of where I think it's like okay. I think if you're making them do adult stuff and you're basically using like the excuse that like, you know, they're not technically adults, then yeah, you're definitely in like fucking the danger zone. Yeah, exactly. What Kimdo's saying. Once you start having to explain yourself, like, no, guys, it's fine. She's actually 200 years old. Yeah. Exactly that. But then what about small adult women in real life? That one's weird. I've you know, have you guys ever seen like there's like these Instagram people that have like they have like growth deficiency, was it like growth hormone, GH, I don't know, whatever. They've got like a growth hormone like issue, and so they never really grow out of like looking like kids. but they're like in their 20s and they're like dating like adult men and shit. It's like, it's fucking weird, dude. I don't know. It's definitely in like a territory where it's like, all right, like this guy found like the loophole, because this is like fucking, this is very, very strange. This is not, this doesn't feel right. But then it's also like, man, well, technically they're adults and they have to live like as adults. I don't know. It's humanity is never ceases to challenge with questions, I suppose. Andy Milonakis disease, yeah, but at least like Andy Milonakis looks like a 30-year-old lesbian. You know, he doesn't look like Hezbollah or something like that. Like Hezbollah looks like a baby. Like but he's like fucking 20 or whatever. It's like, could you imagine being the girl dating that guy? Like what? There's no world where you're like, yeah, I just like him for, I like a man in my life. You know, like there's no excuse. You know, but it's like the guy's got to date, the guy's got to live his life. Like, what do you do? Like, that is such a weird scenario to be in. Can I ask about your opinion? What if there's some 18 plus artists that draw not safe for work adult stuff 90% of the time, but 10% of the time he draws safe for work non-adult stuff? Is that okay, or should that person not be able to draw that at all in any form? I mean, if it's drawing just like what, he's drawing like kids but they're not doing anything weird, yeah, whatever, dude. You could draw kids. There's no like, it's not fucking monstrous to draw kids or anything. Like I said, if you start doing things that only adults would be doing, or that only would be appropriate for adults to do, then like, that's where you cross the line for sure. Alright, folks, I'm gonna head out. Cheers. Peace out, Black Knight. I think if the difference is that you have a character that looks like a child and acts like a child, even if you say she's 3,000, you have to be like, bro, come on. Yeah. It's the mental gymnastic shit. This is why this topic confuses me, because it's like, what makes people that look like that naturally untouchable? I think it just sucks for them, but I see why people say they can't be approached. It's just, it's tough. Like, there's technically, like, there's nothing, like, ethically, like, wrong about it on, like a logical, like, point of view. We're talking about, like, the Hezbollah, like, the adults that have, like, the human growth hormone deficiencies and stuff. But then it's from the perspective of the person they're dating. It just implies, like, that, like, you know, why is this person... I like, it's an abnormal thing. You know, I guess you could just be like, I'm just all about the personality, but it's like, really, bro? Really? Like, that's, you know, if my buddy started dating like a fucking, like, a woman that weighs 30 pounds and is like fucking 3 feet tall, I'd be like, okay, what are we doing here, bro? What's going on? Do a jiggle? Shit, you know it, dude. You know it, dude. Alright, guys, I think I'm gonna drop this topic. I think I'm gonna say we'll move on from here, and we're just gonna move on from this one. I think we've covered a lot of the use cases and all the views and all that stuff. No need to keep dwelling on it. It's a good point to move on. Let's talk about furries now, please. Honestly, I need a fucking palate cleanser. There are dwarf adult women that are 3 feet and a few pounds, just saying. Alright, dog. I believe you. Yo, furries. What's everyone's persona? I'm like a wolf or something, I think, dude. Like Germa. Like a big, strong wolf. Arrgh! I'm a frog. Ribbit, ribbit. I actually have a bunny as a nickname in my off-road riding group. What's your persona? I do be jumping those roots and trampolines like a bunny. When I was a kid, I had a trampoline. It just like got really rusty over time. I loved it though. I used to make up like fake games and stuff on my trampoline. It was sick. I gotta check what Link's strap looks like. Give me a second here. Probably a giraffe because they drink pee. Are you talking about yours or Piss Earth's? Giraffes drink pee. Why do the giraffes drink pee? Also, they have such long necks, so do they just drink it like straight from the tap, or do they like drink it off the ground? Like, how does that work? Kimdo, educate us. Well, not like rubber trampolines, like dirt track ones. Dirt track trampolines? I don't know what that is. Yeah, male giraffes will headbutt lady giraffes in the bladder until they pee and then drink it to taste how fertile she is. There's probably some guys that would do that too, I think. I think there's some chatters that would do that, based on my experience. And I'm not just talking today. Dude, straight from the tap, you're a cursed being. I mean, look. If you got that neck, dude, you gotta use it. Use it or lose it. Natural selection. Then again, capybaras eat their own poop. I think a lot of animals do. I think the logic with like animals eating their own poop is a lot of them have very small intestines, and so they're not able to properly digest food on the first pass. So if you look at like hamsters and stuff, they have really small digestive tracts, or they have very weak digestion. Sorry, is what I mean. So they don't absorb all of their nutrients on the first go. So they tend to eat their poop and then recycle it, and because it tastes so good. Yeah, exactly. Dude, Piss Earth, you're gonna love this guy, HFP. He was here earlier. He was actually here this morning. HFP, if you're around, mad respect. There are some chatters here that are legendary, okay? HFP is a legend, and Chili Lime 77 is a legend. Those, to me, are time immemorial. Could not erase these people from my memory. I could get 10,000 viewers and just make that be the constant to where I can't even read chat. It's zipping by so fast. And I will always remember these chatters. Chili Lime 77 is a chatter that was here way back when I started streaming, okay? And I had no viewers. This was like my first month of streaming. It was me all alone. I've told this story like a billion times, but I'm just gonna run through it because I know there's some new people here. But I would stream like a few times a week, and nobody would show up other than this guy named Chili Lime. And so he would talk to me, and he would always like ask me to draw Kirby. And me, you know, not having anything else to do, I was like, all right, man, I could draw a little Kirby for you. And I would draw the Kirby, and then as I would draw the Kirby, like the time after, he'd be like, you know, could you make him a little fatter? I'd be like, all right, yeah, sure. So I'd make him fatter, and they'd be like, no, like fatter. And then he would give me specific models of cars that he wanted me to draw him bigger than. And I was like, bro, you promise me you're not jerking off right now. Like, this is not like a fetish thing, right? And he's like, no, I promise, dude. I promise, I just like Kirby. That's what he kept saying. I don't know why I believed him at the time, because I was definitely just drawing porn for this guy, like, for like a month straight. I was basically his little prostitute. I was like whoring myself out to him, dude. Okay? I was Chili Lime's personal slut. But you know what it is. We all have our humble beginnings, you know? Not just a pimp. Am I a pimp if I'm the one working? You know? It's not like I'm collecting the check without any action. I'm on the front lines. I'm putting in that elbow grease, so to speak. I love your Kirby backstory. You're just handing it out just like that, huh? Hey, anything to win, dude. I'm here for the crown. Is Chili still coming around? He pops in like every 6 months. And then everybody erupts in chat and goes fucking crazy because they all know him through me. and then he disappears and never comes back. And then he comes back. He's basically like a once-a-year guy. I see him. Welcome back. We're talking about fursonas. Thank God. Probably my favorite snack lore. And then HFP is the other legend. HFP is here, and he's here pretty consistently. I should check to see if he's lurking right now. He's not. But normally HFP pops in, and this is his trademark signature move, okay? He comes in, and he says, oh, what are you drawing? Looks great. And I say, oh, thanks, man. How's it going? And he's like, you know, I'm going good. And then he's like, can you draw a girl pooping? And then I go, no, sorry, HFP. I don't think I'm going to do that today. And then he goes, oh, okay. And then he goes quiet. But sometime, when he first joined, he would regularly ask, you know, for me to draw girls pooping. And it was actually around the time that I was drawing, not this lady. What the hell? It was this girl. I was drawing these girls, and he was like, could you draw a girl, could you draw her pooping for me? And I was like, no, I don't really want to do that right now. Sorry. And then he would just in chat just like be rapid firing off like fanfic of like, well, like let's say she's pooping on the toilet, but like she runs out of toilet paper, right? And so she has to use like her panties. But then somebody breaks into her apartment, and then she has to fight him off, but the only thing she has is like her dirty panties. And then he's just like, she's like, and then she beats him with like the dirty panties and like a baseball bat, and then he's always got like these crazy concocted stories about home invasions involving poop self-defense. And I don't know, he just cemented himself in my heart as like one of the greats, one of the all-time great chatters, dude. I don't think anybody's gonna ever surpass that. I really, like, I'm not even joking. I know a lot of people laugh and stuff. I have so much respect for people just willing to just let their freak flag fly on the internet, dude, in an audience of like 50 people. I think it's so based. Oh, shit. HFP. Group self-defense. Anyways, that's not to encourage all of you guys to tell me your freakiest, dirtiest desires. I don't need to know it, but, you know, on the off chance you do, we might make fun of you. You might be cemented as one of the greats, so. Yo, Snack, can you draw Link pooping for me? Actually, Link wears onesies, and they go all the way up to his fingertips. As you can tell by this color, see this gray here and this gray here? It's all one piece. And so it's very hard for Link to poop, so I'd have to do a whole animation. You wouldn't want to stick around for it. The idea that it's always when there's no other viewers. No. HFP, this was like... I mean, it wasn't my prime. I feel like now is kind of like my prime, you know, until I inevitably get canceled for some bullshit or whatever. But for now, we're riding high. But HFP was around kind of in the middle of the come up, I guess. Probably when I had like 20 to 30, maybe 10 to 20. Maybe in that 10 to 20 range, I think. The loathsome dung eater. The cursed caca consumer. Nah, brother, my freak shit is paywalled. That's probably the best way to do it. Do you know Snack the Ripper? I don't. I do not. Oh, I threw up a little there. Dude, Snack, can you draw the loathsome dung eater? My favorite Elden Ring character. I know you're memeing. I mostly say that. I'm so mean whenever people ask me to draw shit for them. I'm always just like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna draw your shit. What a time to raid. Dally's seen it all. How's it going, Dally? I don't think I could say anything that would shock Dally right now. She's been in my stream enough time to know the content. Dally, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Dally doesn't mind, I know. Can we draw your shit? Like me? Define drawing my shit. Woo! What up, Woogoo? How you doing? Bro, you're like a Pokemon. Your name's Woogo, and you're like Woo. You just say your first name. It's Pokemon coded. Snack, what OCs you got? I don't really have any OCs, to be quite honest. I mean, Cat Snack, obviously, if we're counting that as an OC. Also, Dally, before I get off topic and I start ranting, I'm going to give you a little shout out, and then I'm going to ask you what you were drawing today on stream, because I assume you were drawing on stream. And then I'm gonna ask you to share it, obviously. So if you want to cut the small talk and jump straight to the meat and potatoes, and get your link ready. No pun intended. Dali say MT. Shout out. Last category, art. Tits gone. Hi Raiders, Snack is drawing girls pooping. No. She's praying, guys. I swear to God, she's praying. This is a pray pose. I'm gonna export it? Alright, do your thing. You also have Mr. Head Rotation? Yeah, this guy is for sure like an OC. Basically, this guy is for sure an OC. This guy, I'm gonna probably do more with him eventually. I like him. I kind of like him, but I also kind of feel like he's a little generic. So I don't know if he's made the cut yet. These guys for sure, though, I like their designs quite a bit. This guy might too. I just like the pompous attitude. I like Mr. Open Mouth. Mr. Open Mouth. Where's Mr. Open Mouth? Oh, this guy. I do like him a lot as well, yeah. He's also a contender for, like, nice design. Alright, we got a couple links. I'm gonna put my desk into standing mode because I'm tired of sitting. Give me a second here, and then we'll take a little peeky poo. You guys get to listen to my motor. Alright, what do we got? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Dude, you're so cracked. This is so nice. You have like a line art process that I wish I had. My line art process is so fucking chaotic, dude. It's always all over the place. Guys, if you guys want an underrated, fantastic artist, go follow Dallas on Twitch. She's a great artist and a fellow industry worker here in the Canadian animation industry before you get any other ideas. And yeah, so go check him out. And then let's see, you got another link here. Okay, oh yeah, I saw these. You were doing these on stream, I think. Or you were doing a similar design to this when I was there last. Where the hell is it? Oops, I didn't copy it. Dali, do you do Canadian animation, or do you mostly do video games? Because I know there's a lot of crossover in Canada. I'm just curious. Yeah, these are great, dude. These are really nice. I am underrated, that's right. You certainly are. Who needs to be humble anymore? I think being humble is overrated, dude. You're a streamer, it's time to become a narcissist, you know? What's the point of streaming if you can't be into yourself? But yeah, these are fantastic, right? People are gonna put me down, I don't want to do that anymore. That's right. Narcissist? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Just me, though. If you're Dali level, you don't need to be humble. That's right. Hey man, first time viewer, can you draw Kirby? Maybe like really big? Sure. Send me a picture of your mom and I'll try and do him bigger than her. Just kidding. What do we got? But yeah, dude. If you got links that you want to share, you're more than welcome to queue them up. And I'm sorry, God, I'm sorry. You just got like, just absolutely obliterated a little aggressively there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Cut. I didn't mean it. I know you're memeing. I know you're memeing. You just set me up with the alley-oop. I had to bring it home, you know? No, you can't be rude to your beloved. You should have said, just kidding, can't draw something bigger than her. Yeah, it wouldn't fit on the canvas. I don't think my pixel size would work. I can't be mad at that. At the oop. I'm unsubbing. Acceptable. Follow on Blue Sky. There you go. We got a Blue Sky link. I don't know if I'm following you on Blue Sky. I don't use Blue Sky like ever. So if I do, it's just because I literally log into it once a year. Okay, I am. There you go. I'm a classical Instagram man, unfortunately. It's the source of all my anxiety when it comes to the internet, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm just kidding. It doesn't actually stress me out that much. Alright, Dally. I'm gonna move these off. We're gonna just have them cover the, like, Zelda here, because we don't really need the Zelda in the way. We're not working on her yet. We're gonna be working on Link, so I'll just leave that there. I gotta run. I'll check you out while I'm here. All right, see ya, Woogo. Thank you for joining our humble little stream here, and thank you for the follow also. I don't know. Should I follow Dallas on Blue Sky? I think you should, Pete. I think that's the only answer you should be. This is the only answer to that question, dude. You gotta. You know, it's funny, earlier I was like, huh, whatever happened to the All-American Rejects? And now all we're listening to is the All-American Rejects. That wasn't really my intention, but... That's not the right layer, is it? Also, Dally, if you got a dip or you gotta do post-stream stuff, you know the deal. You know the deal. Don't feel pressured to hang out here. I just wanted to stop talking. I don't blame you, dude. I feel like at the end of stream, the last thing I want to do is just keep yapping, you know? Sometimes I'll select my raids based off who I know is going to, like somebody that I know, that way I don't have to, like, engage too long, you know? I was talking a lot on stream, and I was like, oh god, no, my yap meter's out. Yeah, dude. It's weird, like, it's both energizing and draining, I guess, depending on the topic and depending on the style. You and me, baby, be nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Is that why you raided me yesterday, so you could hit and run? You have better places to be, huh? No, I mean, I also have, I also raid people when they raid me regularly. I feel like I try, it's hard to raid everybody, because I feel like, you know, I get raided more often than I have the opportunity to raid out. I can only raid out once, but sometimes I'll get 2 or 3 raids in a stream, right? So I'm always going to be a little lagging behind, but if I got, like, regulars that raid me often, I'll try and raid them back. But I did also have to leave, yeah, so I knew you'd be fine with that. It always just feels weird whenever you raid somebody brand new that you've never spoken to in your life, and then, you know, you're like, alright, bye. You know, I feel like if I'm raiding someone new, I try and stick around maybe 10 minutes-ish, something like that. Unless I'm just not vibing, then maybe I'll leave or whatever, but it just depends. It also depends on, like, what's going on in my life, too, right? Maybe I got shit to do, places to be, all that good stuff. It's not always just because I'm not vibing. I'm gonna get rid of that shield here. Just feels a little too big on the shoulder. I also don't really like this particular curve here. I like it better than that, though. Hey, I'm new here. Can you draw link inflation? I'm gonna have to open a Patreon, dude, where people can just commission me for the most insane shit ever. I'll be drawing nothing but women shitting and morbidly obese Nintendo characters. Do you only critique whips? Nope. I'll critique anything. Maybe not, you know, personal fashion or haircuts or whatever, but, you know, art related, sure. Why do you attract these people? CJet's obviously joking, dude. I know for a fact CJet's been here before. Can you draw Link pooping a Kirby? That would be quite the evolution. You guys can't afford it. That one's too expensive. That's my premium content. Critique my life? I don't want to do that. Just people start trauma dumping in the critique channel so I can, like, give them, like, life advice. Holy shit, this is a long-ass song. The second I heard that, I was like, this is gonna be a very long song. What would you rate my life? What would you give me as life advice? That's classified. I could never. Chat really been giving me the most fucking villainous questions today, I swear to God. Can you critique my stock portfolio? I probably, you know what? I probably would. I probably wouldn't give you any financial advice, but I would probably critique your stock portfolio, just for fun. Or I would take it, if you're absolutely mogging mine. I know, make an art that tells a story and make Snack critique the storytelling elements. That would be tough. It's really hard to say. I could probably do that, I guess, but... Also, set piece, if you ever do post a critique, just make sure you let me know, just because I'm not actively monitoring the Discord, so unless somebody tells me, I'm probably not going to see it. Can you critique these? These nuts? Yes, sir. Present them. I'm like not literally asking. It's on brand with chat. Uh-huh. Okay, this I think needs to be a little bit more curved. It doesn't feel like it's wrapping his ribcage very well. I was talking to the Mausoleum yesterday about how funny I think it is when I come across not safe for work tutorials masked as normal. You're talking to the Mausoleum? Like in a graveyard? Or is this like a guy? Not safe for work tutorials masked as normal? Yeah, I mean... Oh, are you talking about the thing where it's like, this is how, you know, you would hold a water balloon. This is how a water balloon would interact with a hand when it's being gripped. Or this is what two tennis balls inside of a cheesecloth would look like if it was pressed against your tongue. You know, stuff like that. Okay. The Mausoleum is simple. What I call my internet space? I see. Are we talking about necromancy here? We're not, DK, but I get the feeling we're about to be. Snack, you literally did. Here's how to animate a fist punching a mouth, remember? I do remember, and I would do it again. I'm one of the offenders that Nox observes on the internet. This is how to draw milk being shot out of a syringe. Oh shit, dude. Why does Link feel weird to me, dude? I don't like the way he's looking. Oh yeah. Now the hog is fully cranked out. Whose? Mine? Nah. I don't do that. I like his oversized boots. I did push the legs a little bit. I just feel like he's got some weirdness going on his shoulders right now. I think they might be too broad. I did not read that as boots. Jadu. Jadu, you're in goon mode, dude. You need to go splash some water on your face or watch anime or something. Do it jiggle? Shit, Polly, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. I do have some anime to watch. You say it like it's on your like to-do list for like your work day. Yeah, I got an anime at 2 o'clock, and then you know, we'll come back and we'll watch a little snack later on and finish off the day. It's a tough living, but someone's got to do it, you know. I just don't really like what's going on in this like region here. Wait, does Snack critique any artwork placed in the critique channel? That's right. Any artwork. If the rule is, if you post in critiques, and I'm live and in the mood, and you're in chat, if all 3 of those conditions are met, I will go over your work on stream. In this economy, you have to schedule anime? I see. I'm trying to think. If my shoulder's up, is it going to be elevated or no? Yeah, my shoulder would be elevated, and then this other shoulder would probably drop. So I think this shoulder's going to be lower. I just kind of want a little bit of an offset between these two. Chat, what the hell are we listening to? Oof, and got hit with an ad. Tragic. Is the head small by design? I did try resizing it at some point because I thought it was a bit too small, and then I felt like it looked better smaller. So it was more that I couldn't really find the sweet spot on it. Ganondorf's head is also kind of small. You know what? Maybe it does look better a little bit bigger. I was having issues where his legs were too long, so I kept tweaking with the proportions a lot, but 3 minutes of ads? My goodness. Everybody's a critic, huh? Wait, you don't want your boy to get some bread? I feel like this line now flows a lot better with the edge here. Just like that millimeter change. Yeah, you know the trick to make the legs fluid? I don't, that's not a question, right? Is that just like a comment? I just look for curves, that's all. Just look for gestures. You know, like this all sort of flows into the face. Same with these lines here. Try and make your lines really subtle. Like if you're doing like forearm bumps, don't go like this or whatever, because it'll break up the flow. Or if you're doing like a shoulder, you wouldn't do something like this, because it'll break up the flow. You could, I guess, but... Also, did my post break a rule? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're about to find out. No, that's totally fine, dude. That's totally fine. You posted, like, your SPF, is that it? Yeah, you're good. You're good. My view on nudity is not that you can't post nudity. It's that I don't want overly sexualized nudity. If you're doing life studies and stuff like that, totally fine with me, dude. Even if you're posting a naked lady or a naked guy, maybe don't post the reference image, I guess, if it's like a nude model. Well, post a censored version of it, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to deal with that issue when I get there. But yeah, I don't mind anatomical studies at all. Now, if you gave him a big dripping hog, then, you know, maybe that'd be a different story, but... It's not that I have any issues with not safe for work stuff. It's that I'm lazy and I don't want to moderate it. And so by just getting rid of it from the community, it just becomes a problem I don't have to deal with. Some fat udders? That's right. More worried about getting Twitch nerfed? I mean specifically as it relates to like the Discord, not Twitch. If there's nudity in the Discord, like a life drawing study, I'm probably not gonna do it on Twitch. I don't think that guy though, he doesn't have a cock or a face. He's kind of just like a mannequin. I think it's probably fine for Twitch. Like if I drew a guy who's like, shit. If I drew a guy like this, right? Who has just like the mannequin diaper like body or whatever. Oops. Nobody would probably think that that's like inappropriate. And I don't think I'd get banned for that. Even though it's just like a nude guy. So I think stuff like that's probably fine. He looks so uncomfortable. Endall, exactly. It's really the cocks and nipples we're worried about, you know? The things I've gotten away with sculpting on Twitch, I've been playing with fire. I think when I was like when I had fewer viewers, I don't think I cared that much. Like there was some stuff that I drew on stream that was like pretty suggestive, but I think it's just like with more people watching, with every new person that joins, the risk of somebody reporting or something like that goes up, so it just becomes like a thing not worth jeopardizing. I really don't know how the fuck this fabric would like chill here. My guess is it would originate from the seams up here. It would roll over the shoulder. And then it would drop down kind of like that. I don't even know if it would like fully look like it connects there. If it would just do some shit like that. But then it kind of feels a little anti-gravity, you know? I don't really know what to do. Somebody report this guy. Dang. Hi again, Snack. What up, NFT? NFTE. By the way, SPF, you want me to go over your stuff? I can give you some critique. I would say my advice, though, is just pick one of the guys to give feedback on, and I'll give you feedback on him. Just so I don't have to go over all of them, you know? Because it could be... I try to limit it to one on posts with multiple things. So if there's one in particular that you want me to look at, let me know. And then I think after that, we're going to probably cap critiques for the day, just because we've been streaming for 4 hours, and I'm probably going to keep going, to be honest. I'm enjoying myself, so we'll just keep going a little longer. I tried to do some anatomy drawings. Hell yeah, dude. I'd love to hear it. Any one of them will do. I didn't use a reference. It was a test of my visual library. Okay. Let me do one that I think I can offer some good feedback on. Okay, I'm gonna do this top guy here who's falling, F1. So I'll grab I'm just gonna take a screenshot, so it might not be the most beautiful quality image, but you know, it'll serve our purposes here. So what I would normally do in a pose like this is I would probably, the way I would approach it would be to simplify the curve on the back. I would probably do something more like a basic C curve like this. Okay. I'm doing this on a different layer. Oops. So instead of having like this bump, this bump, this bump, I would start off. Maybe I want to add detailing. Maybe I want to add bumps, like some deltoid shit, some rhomboid shit, some some rear delt stuff, some lat muscles, whatever. You know, I could do that later. But to start, I would probably start with a simple C curve. And that would continue up into the arm. If he's falling up, I guess it would be kind of like that. The head would extend off of the back here. I think the head would be mostly covered. Then I would probably treat him like he's a big cylinder being like bent, just so I can understand the orientation of his rib cage here. So I'm just basically breaking him up into simple shapes. Okay. I'm gonna lower this a little bit. What layer am I drawing on? And then the leg. The leg is gonna be, you know, your leg is a very straight line here for the gesture. If you go from hip to heel, it's basically a straight line. The calf muscle here bulges out a little bit, but I'm gonna try and curve that a little bit. I'm gonna hyperextend it a little bit. I don't know if this is gonna work. It might not work. And sometimes your pose just isn't gonna work and you have to make modifications to it. And then the other leg is going to be somewhere originating maybe here-ish. And then instead of having this leg come directly horizontally across, creating this 90-degree angle with the gesture of the other leg, what I would probably do is angle it a little bit like this, so it's a little softer, right? So it's not breaking that gestural line up as much. Does that make sense? If you add a harsh change of direction in your gesture, it's very visually difficult for your eye to track it. It's not difficult, I guess. It's just visually, like, it distracts the eye. And so if you make it a little bit softer, you sort of have the leg almost flow, it's gonna feel a little bit more organic. At least to me it does. And then from here you're basically just adding in anatomy, right? So forearm, hands. I see what you're saying. I basically just simplified a lot of your forms. trying to think of like where the cylinder for the calf, the leg would be here. And I think, you know what? I know you want to have sort of his face visible. You could probably do that, I guess. From this angle, though, it would be sort of unnatural to have his head stick out, I think. So I probably wouldn't even show the full face. Maybe just enough for, like, an eye, just so you can get some expression in there. And then the other arm, I probably wouldn't have both of these arms doing the same thing. This is a big no-no in art. In animation, we call it twinning. You kind of don't want to do stuff like this because it flattens out images. So it's just one of those things you want to avoid generally. So I would probably have this arm either, you know, foreshortened here, reaching out on an angle up with this other arm. Or, you know, maybe even just hide the arm. I'm trying to think, like, what I would do here. You could maybe have his arm come out with, like, an elbow, and then almost, like, have it flow in with the gesture here to sort of extend the gesture out. And so, you know, you have his elbow like this or whatever, and then the hand comes like this, or blah, 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 blah. This is probably how I would approach it, and then his ear would be, like, here. But that's probably how I would approach this. I really don't like the hyperextension I did on that leg. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a subtle bend, and I'm going to just sort of adjust this leg a bit more. So the gesture is kind of going to go out this way now. And I still think that works. I think I'm losing a bit of the gesture by curving it out that way. It's not terrible. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to liquefy the heel and see what I can do on the shin bone here just to get a little bit more of a cohesive gesture. I don't know. Something like this. This is a really difficult pose to do from imagination. Honestly, if you're asking me what I would do, I would probably just get a camera out and position myself in this exact position and just see how it works, you know? And just flop around on my floor like a fish for a little bit until I get the exact pose and gesture and everything that I want. It's just easier to control it that way. Going from imagination, though, these are the big things that I would be looking at to simplify. So really streamlining that gesture in particular. Because you have all these harsh sort of bumps and stuff, it creates these little angular changes of direction that visually break up your eye's ability to move across this edge here. Okay? So, like, I gave this example earlier when I was giving Knox feedback, but if I draw a line, right? Like, if I do a line like this... Most people... Okay, I'm gonna do it a little bigger. This is very difficult. One sec. I'm trying to get the line weight heavier here and then thinner as it goes out. Most people, when they look at this, instinctively, because there's more line weight over at this end, okay, they're probably going to start tracking this gesture visually from this side. So I like, if you look at this line in particular and your eye tracks this line, if you move your eye across this line, you're probably, I can't say with absolute certainty, but more often than not, you're going to start here and then you're going to move in this direction and you're going to end here. Now, what happens if I break up this line on this end and I add a really harsh directional change here? Okay, now where does your eye go? Your eye kind of wants to go here, but it also is really distracted by this now. and it creates a harsh change in visual flow. And because of that, it creates it's more like almost subconsciously irritating to look at, which is why gesture is so important. If you have all of these little line breaks on your flow, you end up in a situation where it's like it's just it reduces the appeal, right? So that's sort of it's really hard to explain it. This is the best explanation I've been able to come up with when I was helping Nox earlier. But this is how I would explain it in terms of the value of gesture and why you want to sort of simplify your flows and stuff like that. You can still add complexity in these flows, okay? But you want the complexity to serve the overall gesture. Like, there's complexity here. I have bumps, but if you line up all these bumps, they still kind of, more or less, flow into the face, right? Same with these. There's bumps, but they still kind of all flow up into the face. They all have their own sort of subtle gesture. If I really, really exaggerated these, then it might flatten things out a little bit, and it might be a little too distracting. And then I might catch myself looking there more often than not. Which, if that's the goal, then that's the goal. But if the goal really is to redirect to the face, which is most drawings, then I would really recommend simplifying your gestures a little bit. Right? Anyways, that's my advice. That's my critique. Just less focusing on anatomy when you're doing dynamic posing like this, and more focusing on the actual dynamicism of the flow, and you're going to get that from gesture primarily. Anatomy can come after. The pose and the flow and the movement of the pose is very, very, very important. A lot of line weight today. Yeah, well, honestly, Nox, when I was giving you that explanation earlier, I was like, oh yeah, this is probably the best way to visually explain it. That was so well explained. Thank you. I tried. I came up with that earlier, so. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this now. And we'll get back to Dwawin. I find it difficult to think of this gesture stuff with head angles that don't have overlaps. What do you mean? What do you mean? You mean like having a head that doesn't have like a thing flowing into it? Like basically what it is you start with something that you want to be the focal area, and then everything else serves that. Like, if I had his arm kind of going up like this, probably wouldn't serve to get people to look at the face, you know? Oh, what the fuck? Like, if I had the arm coming up like this, it probably wouldn't help people to look here. It would probably help people to look at whatever the hell's going on up here, because all of these lines would basically be pointing past the face, and the face would become a secondary focal area there. So if you want the face to be a primary focal area, then you would orient your positions and your limbs to basically enhance that. I'm gonna grab some water, guys. I will BRB. I'm gonna also save this. Sade. What up, Sade? How you doing? Try doing stick figures, like thick line stick figures, then you could draw the character and stick figures below. Yeah, when you're doing 30-second gestures, guys, like if you're ever in art school or online doing figure studies, if you're doing 30 seconds, it really should just be, you know, main gesture, like if a character's pulling a rope, let's say, maybe something like this. That should really be the gesture. That's what you're practicing. You're trying to find the flows and the gestures and all that stuff, you know? Or, you know, maybe it's a character stretching or whatever. So you're gonna get like a big curve going this way. You know, something like that. This is what your 30-second gesture should feel like. Now, you could do different styles, you could do different shorthands, whatever helps you. But you're trying to extract the essence of the pose. People use terms like essence of the pose, but what they're really saying is you're trying to find the different axes of the pose. What's an axis? If you have a cylinder, okay, the center of that cylinder is going to be the axis of rotation of that cylinder. So if you roll a cylinder, you can essentially imagine that there's a pivot point in the middle of that circle on the side of the cylinder there. Every gesture is an axis line. It's a central line moving through either a limb, an element of clothing, the body itself, the emotions and eyebrows of the face, whatever. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these little axis points and little tether points within the movement of the body. And what you're trying to do when you're doing gestures is you're trying to identify these in the poses. And so you're trying to, you know, find... Usually you would start with the largest axis line of the pose. Or the largest central line of the pose, right? In this case, it's probably this one. That's like the most obvious one I see. Some people might see different ones. Some people might say, oh, actually, Snack, this is a better gesture for this pose. And you wouldn't be wrong, okay? There's no right or wrong answer in this case. What you're really trying to do is just pull out that information. That's all that matters. Whatever way you interpret it is completely valid, you know? And then from there, like if I say, well, this is my central axis, this is my central gesture or whatever, are there any secondary lines that support that? Yeah, we got this, and then, well, it's not just this, it runs down to like here also. And then we've got this and this, you know, all these flows, and these flows go up, and then, you know, like this is what you're looking for. This is the juice in gesture drawing. I hate that I just used the term juice, dude. I had a teacher that used to use that term all the time, and it fucking pissed me off. But he was terrible at explaining it. So, Stitch Witch May, how you doing? How you doing, Stitch Witch? How's it going? You got any animations for me? Let's see what you were doing today. I'm gonna give you a little shout out real quick. Stitch Witch May. I'm so bad at spelling, bro. I'm about to fuck your name up. There we go. Give me a second. Did I get it right? I did not. Shit. How's that? Did I get it right this time? I did not. Fuck me. Okay. I'll get it right one of these times. Give me a second. Shout out. Stitch. Witch. May. Holy, dude. Oh, I'm terrible at this shit. God, you're such a boomer. Shut up, bitch. That's because I was using a different command, I think. Alright. Oh, it's exclamation SO. Whoops. That's why. Guys, I swear to God I've done this before. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? It worked. How's it going, Stitch Witch? I was watching you yesterday. Your commission is beautiful. Oh, you're talking to Nancy. I was like, commission? I was doing Dimetrodons from Fabric. That sounds crazy, dude. What is that? I gotta see it. Send it over. Mayraid. If you want to share anything, May, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, if you want to hang out or not hang out or you gotta take off, don't let me stop you. Luz art. Oh, Legend of Zelda. I was like, what, Luz? Yeah, Legend of Zelda. I'm doing some designs right now. I'm working on an animation. Some fan animation with Link. And so, you know what? I was like, I should probably do some studies of the characters that are going to be in this animation. And so I'm trying to come up with my own design for them, I guess. They're already designed, but I'm just sort of stylizing them, I guess I should say. I make stuffed dinos? Hang on, I will grab a link. Okay, I totally confused you with another raider that I got. That I think also had a very similar name. You are not the same person, though. The other person would do animations a lot of the time. I like the Link forehead. The Link forehead? His forehead? You like his round dome? Alright, we got a Link. Let's see what we got here. Oh shit, these are nice, dude. These are really nice. That's crazy. Dimetrodon. Where do you source your fabric from? These look like recycled fabrics. It was interesting. I feel like he usually has no forehead. You think Link has no forehead? Link has a forehead. Link, Legend of Zelda. Ocarina of Time Link has a forehead. You might be thinking of like Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild Link. Excellent creature. Very nice creature, dude. Here, I'm gonna pull up an image of it, actually. Check this out, chat. Where the hell is it? Look at the dino. Isn't that crazy? He's got bangs. He only has bangs in like the newer games. The old ones he doesn't have. You guys are so young, bro. You're hurting my soul right now telling me Link has bangs. I can't believe you're drawing Link wrong. He doesn't have bangs. I know you're not telling me that I'm drawing him wrong, but he has a forehead, guys. This is the Ocarina of Time Link. They used to be skinny jeans. Oh shit. That's sick. My age is showing, bro. Whenever people are like referencing the newer gen of like Zelda, and they're like, his design's wrong. I'm like, it's not. He's supposed to have a forehead. Stitch Witch May. I'm a Link to the Past person. I play it yearly. Hell yeah. Sure, Grandpa. Alright. You guys are making my shoulder ache. They ruined perfectly good skinny jeans. I'm gonna assume the jeans were ready to be turned into something new. May didn't ruin anything. This is perfect. The jeans are, yeah, that's right. Tell her. Tell her. Don't let my chat bully you, May. Don't let him own you. That's right. You hear that, Siren? You're like Chris Chan reacting to the color of Sonic's arm changing? What are you talking about? I do love the new Legend of Zelda, but the OG's just classic. That's right, that's what I'm saying. I've been playing Ocarina of Time a lot lately. Were skinny jeans ever good? Yes, they were. Skinny jeans were the shit, dude. Everybody's a critic today. May, I love your dino. I love your gene repurposing. That's it. Keep sending your link. That's where people can find you. Do you have any other links that you'd like to share? And with that, May, you're more than welcome to hang around here. You're more than welcome to take off if you've got things that you gotta do. And yeah, guys, go check out Stitch Witch May over on Twitch and on Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi. I recently restarted Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda game. There is a big nostalgia factor for me, so obviously take that with a grain of salt. Ocarina of Time I've been replaying recently because I got a Switch 2, and it still holds up, dude. It still holds up. Apparently coffee. It shouldn't be. I feel like it should be Ko-Fi. I don't know. Coffee spelled that way just bothers me. If it was coffee, it'd be like Kahfi. Coffee. You know? But yeah, I've been playing Ocarina of Time. It still holds up, bro. It still holds up. That shit is like, it's so peak. But Majora's Mask just has like a special place in my heart. It's just got sort of that dark. I love gothic, like moody, broody type, you know, world, like Victorian era, like horror and like stuff like that. That's like my favorite genre of like world aesthetic. And for that reason, I feel like Majora's Mask doesn't necessarily have that, but it has that atmosphere and it has that dark tone. And I just absolutely love that about the game. And I know a lot of people gripe on like the time constraints and stuff in that game, but I love it, dude. I love it. How much slander am I going to get in if I never played any Zelda? I had this exact conversation with Nox yesterday. You guys need to get on that Zelda tip, dude. Time microwave Koopa. But that's the whole point of that game, though. Yeah, I know. But the thing is, I look, I get it. A lot of people that, like, whenever you give them time constraints to beat a dungeon or something, it's like putting a gun to their head, dude. It's, like, very stressful for some people. So I totally get it. For me, personally, I like the mechanic. I like how intimate it makes the world. Because you start to learn everybody's, like cycle and, like, you know, the routines they go on from day to day. And everybody's on this repeated pattern. And you can really explore across like the lifespan of these 3 days of characters or whatever. I don't know. I think it's genius personally, but I get the gripe also. Yes, it is very stressful. I'm a dilly-dallier. I need infinite time to accomplish something. That's fair, dude. That's totally fair. I just I think I grew up with it, right? So there's that big nostalgic like thing for me. Yeah, Snack, which one should I start with? Hope there's an emulator. I would recommend starting with Ocarina of Time. It's probably the most, like if you're going retro games, I would say. Like, if you're going, like, retro Zelda, I would start with Ocarina of Time, because it's probably the most, like, acclaimed Zelda game. It, like, you guys ever played, Bloodborne or Elden Ring or any of those games? You know how you could target monsters and, like, lock on to characters and stuff like that when you're fighting them? Nope. Okay, well, you know, let's pretend somebody is playing that game. If you've ever used any targeting system in a video game, that was originally created by Legend of Zelda, okay? The first time the targeting system was introduced in a video game was in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It's a fantastic game. It basically invented the mechanic that still to this day is utilized. So it still lives up because a lot of like the game itself was just like way ahead of its time. Oh yeah, my brother could always beat the time limit, but whenever I tried, I never made it. What do you play it on? Right now I play it on Switch 2, because I'm bougie. I'm the bourgeoisie, you know? Spend an obscene amount of money just to play Nintendo games that are free on emulators, but what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the time constraint. I think the trick with the time constraint is basically like you do all of the prep stuff for a dungeon, and then once you're ready to actually tackle the dungeon, you reset the timer and then you do the dungeon. You'll probably not run out of time. You'll probably be fine. Unless it's the water temple. Every fucking Zelda game has like the worst water temple ever, bro. I don't know why, but take time with a warning hand. While I love exploring freely in games, Majora helps me lock in. That's what I'm saying, dude. Oh yeah, I guess, you know what? I didn't actually yap about me when you guys rated in. Hi, Stitch Witch Maze chat. It's a very tongue-twistery name to say. My name's Snack. I do art. I draw stuff like this. We draw stuff like this. We draw stuff like this. We're all over the place, really. We do different things, renderings, character designs, blah, blah, blah. Just really what I want to do on any given day. Designs like this. We animate as well. This is an animation we were working on the last couple weeks. A little head turn rotation. And then beyond that, yeah, we just sort of yap and talk shit, and usually the topic somehow revolves around piss and shit and cum. I don't make the rules. It's just the way chat wants it, you know. But the other gimmick on the channel, and this is the final one, is if you ever want to improve your art, in our Discord we have a critiques channel. Whenever I'm live on stream, and if somebody's in chat and they want feedback, I'll go over their art live on stream, and I'll tell them where they could work on some stuff. It's okay, Snack. It's not like you're the important one here. That's right. I can't bring myself to give Nintendo more money at this point. I'll buy the classics in original form. Ah, Erica. Aha, Erica. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Actually, Star Fox 64 was earlier with the targeting. Yeah, I guess it's... You are technically right. It's a different mechanic, though, I feel like, you know? I need a poo and to go to bed, so I gotta go. Nighttime pooping is diabolical, dude. I'm a 10 a.m. guy, personally. Regular, too. Not bragging, just saying. Bye, Snack. Bye, chat. See you, Nancy. Have a good one. Snag even helps with analyzing reference. That's true. Sometimes I'll do that. We dabble. We dibble dabble. One poop a day. That's right. I'm a high fiber girly. Okay, I gotta clean up this arm here. Wow, brag. Yeah, just saying. It's not like, you know, I'm not like special or anything, you know, it's just something, you know, sometimes you're just born a certain way, there's nothing you can really do about it, it's just the way it is. Pooping's important, guys. It's true. I poop at least twice a day. Damn, super pooper. I shit regular, Snack. The most regular. I think also the fact that I poop during the day is fantastic because I work a 9 to 5, which means I'm always pooping on the clock, and I really think that's fantastic for your, you know, your time management. If you can manage to poop at work all the time, especially if you have a job that doesn't involve you to be active with customers or something, this is the place. Deep breath. Why do all laxative commercials have pools in them? It's too on the nose, in my opinion. Do they? I feel like I haven't watched like a commercial in forever, dude. The only time I watch commercials is during like playoff hockey or Olympic hockey or whatever. But beyond that, I don't consume commercials. But I do remember fondly a lot of commercials linked to pools and pooping. I have a TV antenna. Ooh, retro. Vintage, dude. Hell yeah. Here we go again. Do the math again. Come on. I know you want it. I'm not doing the math on how much money I save pooping at work. But just know it's a lot in a year. It's probably at least like a solid day of work. Boss makes $1, you make a dime. That's why we poop on company time. Amen, brother. Amen. A mudslide would be more on the nose. Gnarly. Is your 9 to 5 art related? If not, that's crazy. It's not. I'm a wage cage cuck, dude. I sit in the cubicle all day and stare at the time. Rookie numbers. Yeah, we don't pay shitty corpo streaming prices. That's true. That reminds me, I gotta cancel my Sports Center like subscription. Okay, I need to look at a reference of Link here so I know what his stupid little sword belt thing looks like. Got it. I got my reference. Alright, let's put you over here. Let's go back looking at chat. Let's pull up. I've been ignoring YouTube chat. Oh, nobody said anything. Perfect. Bro, brutal. Is dude older than 42? Me? I'm not. I'm not older than 42. I'm 31. I'm geriatric by like Twitch chat like numbers, but I'm relatively young by global age. Oh, his sleeves are way shorter. Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay, I gotta tweak that. Man, I'm fucking ancient. Hey, we'll all get there, dude. Don't worry about it. $31? Still a baby, dude. I know. Still latched, you know? Ocean never give me a horse update. I know. I know. That was wild last time. We had a chatter on YouTube telling a story about their horse, and the whole story was presented like it was this whole happy ending story. And then the final line of this super long paragraph was like, and then the horse died. And then we had to put it down. And I was like, holy fuck. I did not expect that at all. That was hilarious? Bro, it caught me so off guard. I did... It was hard not to laugh, because it was a very, like, serious story of, like, a person losing their friend, right? But I could not stop myself from laughing. Like, it was, like, 3 big paragraphs of just, like, how awesome it is to, like, have horses, all this stuff, and then just one final sentence of, like, hey, yeah, and then we had to kill it. And then I was like, whoa! What the fuck? Where did that come from, dude? It was crazy. It was a very, very good moment, though. Someone played in Jedi Academy? Not sure what that is. I bet Snack would laugh at a funeral. Depends on the person, I guess. And how sudden they died. And if they would want me to, okay? Chad, if you want me to go to your funeral and laugh at you, I will. But you gotta pay for my ticket with your inheritance. I've got to be on your will. That's the only condition. Why does he feel like he has a unibrow here? I don't like that. I kind of like it before, but it's like weird. There's like stuff I really don't like about it either. I don't know, whatever. Can you critique my tombstone when the time comes? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing any more critiques today, just because we did a lot of them. But next Saturday, this is another reminder, guys. Next Saturday, I'm going to be streaming with Painted Knave. He's going to be here on Saturday on stream. We're going to be going over Chatter Critique. If you want critique for that stream in particular, make sure when you post your critique in the critiques channel on Discord, you add a little react of a devil emoji or whatever. Just so that I know that you want it for that stream in particular. Because we're going to be scrolling through the Discord and just grabbing shit from there. I forgot planes existed and wondered why you needed a funeral ticket. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... Chat, I love you guys, and this parasocial relationship we have is deep and intimate. We're basically close friends, and you should treat me that way. And on top of that, you should pedestalize me and imagine me in your head the exact way that you think would be idealized for you. Because that's what I am, okay? But I'm not paying to go to your funeral, okay? You gotta pay me to go there. That's the one catch. Alright, how the hell do I draw this stupid strap? Do I think the strap would look better going this way? I think it would. I think it would, and then it would make more sense for the... I can't remember what the... What's it called? The thing that you put your sword in? The sheath. The sheath will go that way. So I think I'll change the orientation of the... Should we specify rendered art pieces, or is it anything goes type beat? Anything goes. So basically, I'm going to be covering a lot of line art and anatomy and stuff like that, and PK's probably going to be covering a lot of rendering and painting technique and stuff like that. So that's sort of probably how we're going to have to distribute it. But to be honest, we're probably just gonna wing it. Sounds like a good time. Sure is. It's not gonna be a long time though, but the best times never are. Otter, thank you for the 12 months, dude. Damn. Crazy. How you doing, Otter? You still Pacopian? I really don't know if I want the strap going this way or the other side. I just realized my day was gone, so yes. What's your favorite Pokemon that you've managed to find in Pocopia? I think this would get a little thinner. Or push over this way a bit. Hands are freaking gold. Hands are on gold. Bro, All American Rejects, I'm telling you, bro, they peaked so hard in the early 2000s. I should probably wrap up stream soon. We've been going for a while. No, bro, I got work tomorrow, dude. I gotta lay down at some point. I've been standing for like 5 hours. So far, my favorite that I found has been Gardevoir and Torchic. I don't think I got Torchic when I played. I don't think I got Torchic or Gardevoir, to be quite honest. We've been going 5 hours. Okay, I think I'm gonna rate out. I think it's that time, guys. Moving on, moving on. Just a minute. All American Rejects were a great show. You've seen them? Damn, that's sick, dude. I don't go to a lot of concerts. I've been to like a couple of like the old school bands. I've seen Simple Plan, not intentionally. I think it was just at a show that Simple Plan was at. I don't know if you guys have heard that name in a while, but I was a big Simple Plan head when I was a kid. They opened for Blink-182 years ago. The show is 25 bucks. Bro, that is a steal. That's crazy. What the fuck? Gotta figure out this other arm here. I miss those prices. Yeah, I think that era's done, dude. I saw Disturbed for 20 bucks. When? That's crazy. Are they even, like, together still? Like 25 years ago? Fair. Seeing Green Day for free? Okay, that's okay. Technically, if we're doing who paid the least, well, no, actually, I definitely paid with this one. I volunteered at a festival one year. My cousin runs like a local festival, and so I volunteered at one. And I saw Kanye West, and there was some other rapper, like there was some rapper way back in the day. I can't remember his name. He was like probably one of those one-hit wonders. But people got to his show so early that they were like literally passing out at the front of the show because like they just didn't have enough water. They didn't plan. They just got there super early and they got boxed in, and so they were being dragged out behind the stage into like into some med kit or med pool in the back. It was crazy. I was just like watching people getting dragged out. It's insane. Testing something. Sorry to bother. Uh-oh, you're making me nervous, bro. First time chatter? I'm sweating right now. What could happen? I did too. I took my friend's little sis to a heart-shaped hand grenade. Which year did you see? Which year? Oh, I see. I saw them 2 years ago. We're all now hacked. Sick. I mean, he's testing something. I don't think it's done it yet though, but I'm just gonna. Sorry, Colossus. You're stressing me out, bro. I'm just gonna ban you. All right. It ain't personal. It's just business. Just a weird thing to say coming in here. So. The test was platform robbery. What did he do? I don't know. He just took too long and it was starting to build up too much suspense. Sometimes that's life, you know? He was too sus. 0 followers. Account made on March 1st. I don't know, dude. That's like walking into like a room and being like, "Hey, nobody freak out! I'm about to reach into my backpack." It's like, whoa, hold on, buddy. Who are you? What are we doing right now? What's happening? All right, guys. All right, I'm gonna raid the heck out of here. I think it's time to go. That was a good little finale there. We got a little public execution for the road, you know. And with that, I'm gonna queue up the raid. I think we're gonna raid into Octo Gear because she was chilling in our chat yesterday. So we're gonna go say hi to Octo. And yeah, if you guys want to catch the next stream, which is going to be next Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, make sure you join the Discord, go into the rules section, and toggle on the live notification rule. And when you're in there, you'll get all my live notifications. And yeah, we stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday every week. See you guys next Friday. If you guys want critiques on your work, make sure you post in the critiques channel. And if I'm live and you're in chat and you ping me while we're chit-chatting or whatever, I'll go over your work. And one last thing, make sure that you submit some critiques for the Saturday stream with Painted Knave, who's going to be helping us out on stream, doing some chatter feedback. So if you want feedback on your work, make sure you get in there and drop it in the crits channel. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Thank you all for showing up. And Switch Which May, again, everybody go follow Switch Which May. Thank you for the raid, dude. Fantastic stuffed animal, dude. I was like losing the word there. And with that, guys, I will see you on Friday. Bye bye.